to go to wherever this person's at, pick them up, get them a medical clearance, and take them to jail and do the paperwork. So how much time are our officers spending on this when they could be out there spending time addressing other crimes? So you can see what kind of problem we run into, and it becomes a frustration for our officers when constantly having to pick up the same people over and over again, and they know they'll be out, the same day, and they're going to have to deal with them again. So I always try to find how do we fix this problem? Well, how do we resolve this? Obviously, we need to provide some more intervention, some more ways to get them out of this cycle of alcoholism and get them other entities involved. It's just not a police issue. So across the United States, it's changed. A lot of things have changed. Mental health, drug abuse has turned, let the police take care of it, but really it's not. It's a public health issue. It's not a public safety or law enforcement issue, but it's been pushed on us because that's just kind of how it's been in the United States. We have, mental institutions shut down, then it's kind of where do they go? If the hospital doesn't take them, we end up putting them in jail. So this is just kind of a systematic issue across the United States, but it's really pronounced here with the alcohol use that we have in our communities with our family members. So what I did in, I think it was 2017, it's been a crazy year this year, but no, I wanted to bring everybody to the table. So we did bring behavioral health, social services, IHS, pretty much every partner we could think of together to the table. So how do we, make all of our programs work together to solve this issue? Where are the cracks? Where are the issues that we're having in addressing this issue? So what we did, we took 20, just to kind of see and kind of work out some problems. We took the 20 top offenders from Tuba City, and I can let Captain Williams talk a little bit about what we found, and try to do some kind of intervention rather than just arresting them. We looked, we worked with IHS and behavioral health and everybody else to look and see if they're already in the system, if they're already getting counseling, if there's already been a history of things that we can take care of. We even went as far as having our officers go out and contact these people's families and seeing what they can do with, have the family intervene and help out. Prosecutor's office, how can we, move forward and mandate them to have treatment if that's appropriate. So we took all of those things together and we did a little pilot project. So we had some success in getting people voluntarily wanting to go to treatment. A lot of that was working with behavioral health and social services to get them into the system. But even after that was done, I think there's still a need for us to have some kind of center to where we have all those resources in one place. So when we pick up somebody, we can take them there to get the services and treatment they need rather than just in a jail punishment setting. So I want to find a place that can do, help our people instead of just putting them in jail, punishing them, and then just ignoring them, basically. So how this works is where I think all of us in this situation have been struggling. Behavioral health, social services, IHS, our communities, the police department, corrections, we've all been struggling on how do we deal with it. Not one of us alone can solve this issue. It's going to take a team effort. But I think we need the resources and we need the facility where we can all come together to have some kind of treatment and rehab center, because if we could take care of that, we would free up our officers' time who are already significantly spread thin. If we are not having to deal with the same people over and over for a substance abuse problem, we can take care of a lot of other issues in the community. And in fact, we talk about arresting people for public intoxication at 12,000, but basically 98% of everybody we arrest for any kind of crime has some kind of alcohol or drug dependency or issue. They were drinking or domestic violence. All of that's connected. So if we can curb the substance abuse issue in general, we'll see crime come down as a total. So burglaries, all kinds of things like that. So this is where my stance is, and we have some limited data and some limited lessons learned from our pilot project that we did in Tuba City. I can give Captain Williams a few minutes to kind of see, give his perspective from the ground level of how that pilot project, if it was successful or not, and what we saw on that. So if you'll allow him a few minutes, I would appreciate that.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Hello, good morning, everybody. This is Captain Williams from Tuba City. We did have a pilot program here last year or a year before. We did identified 30 repeated offenders, mostly for public intoxication. And we use our local resources here in Tuba City with the joint effort of all the health professionals. We did really have a positive um, impact on the pilot program, meaning we had all the local resources come together. Actually, we had a discussion, we had meetings on how to tackle the issue. I mean, it's number one is the addiction is result of it can be a number of things, from biological, psychological, environmental factors. So with the limited amount of resource we have here in Tuba City, we just came together and we tried to identify these repeat offenders. What we did was we had we round up these individuals, rounded up meaning we went to their homes, we took them to the behavioral health. Thereafter, they got intake screening through the hospital, and then after the screening, they went to behavioral health again for further um, rehabilitation sessions or therapy. Um, Out of the 30, only 3 of them committed voluntarily to the inpatient rehabilitation facility in Phoenix. Out of those 3, we had 1 success. Again, this is incumbent upon the individuals um, wanting to be there and wanting to get out of the position they're in, reference to the addiction, alcohol and drugs. It is right that it's true that most of our offense that occurs on reservation is due to or contributes from the substance abuse, and we need help. This detox center would be the first step to to get help for these repeated offenders. I mean, some of these folks that we have are they're from impoverished communities, low income. The resource they have is very limited to none. Some of them they want help, but we don't have the facilities for that help. Having such facility, we can have a inpatient, outpatient facility where we can actually treat the root cause of the illness, be it the psychological or mental. I'm sorry, psychological or social factors. We have a little bearing on the environmental factors on the reservation. I know we can, I guess, point fingers to our economy, our how the economy contributes to poverty, and everything um, links together in result of the addiction or the root causes of overindulgence of alcohol or drugs. So again, just out of the pilot program we did have a success. We did get all those 30 individuals at least on the first stage of their rehabilitation. We have their intake information, and they want to be part of the program. It's just I think just was a new idea, and if we have something that's established here on Navajo, I think we can have a real good impact on it. Again, it's going to take a lot of resources. It's going to take a lot of effort on our part, but I think as from law enforcement and just helping the community, this is a needed plan. I think it's overdue. So thank you very much.
This is Chief Francisco, and we do have Dolores, Director Dolores Gray Eyes with Corrections online, and she, shares in the same sentiment. If you allow her to have a few minutes to expand on her view.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief Francisco and Lieutenant Williams. This is Delegate Otto, and Madam Chair had to get off the line. She'll be back on soon. With that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Dolores Gray.
Hi, good morning. That is not Ani, though. The resources that are on the line, my boss, Director Delmar, Chief Francisco, Captain Leonard, Captain Williams. But I want to say that we do, we get about 25,000 to close to 30,000 individuals coming through the system. And a good 90%, like Chief Francisco said, have some type of substance abuse related, in addition to other charges. But there are a large number of them that are just picked up for public intoxication. And we have had to basically release them within so many hours, between 8 to 12 hours, depending on the time of day and then the season. And it is true, during this short period of time, we're unable to provide any services to these individuals. And until they are sentenced, and usually the courts will order what type of services that needs to be provided, which includes, AA and other social services supported programs. But without a court order, we cannot force individuals into services. And that's been the issue. Back in 2004, I did an MOU with social services to come into the facilities to do skill building and other social related work, intervention with inmates. And then, of course, with the changing administrations and so forth, and that seemed to just sort of died out. And the other is that just because of the load social services itself carries, I started working on also an MOU with Department of Behavioral and Mental Health Services. And at the time, there was a male director. I can't remember his name, but when he left, I did talk with Teresa Galvin to see what we could do to continue this work, and even discuss the possibility of transferring their traditional counselors to be on site at the facilities to provide some of the traditional services. That never became reality. So, but we do provide services within all the detention facilities, corrections facilities across the nation. And the biggest partnership we have is with Capacity Builders out of Farmington, who have a number of social workers that come into our larger facilities of Tuba City, Chinle, Kayenta, and Crown Point. And they do provide a lot of parenting skills, anger management, and so forth. So they're there, but it's not enough just to have one organization coming in. We also have faith-based organizations coming in, doing AA and other substance abuse and other socially related issues in counseling. So, but in certain locations, we're fortunate to get DBHS case managers into our facilities. And one of the biggest problems that we have is the time it takes to get an individual certified through their case management system, which will allow an individual, if they're interested, to get into a treatment facility. And so, so like I said, we only have our hands on these individuals between 8 and 12 hours. So there needs to be that time to allow the paperwork when they say, yes, I'm interested. And oftentimes, by the time a case manager even comes to the facility, the individual is no longer available. So the only ones that we really have opportunity to provide any type of intervention services are the ones that are court ordered. And there are some that are court ordered to receive AA and other substance abuse and social services related counseling and mental health. But most don't have that in the court order, so it has to be voluntary. And we encourage them to participate and come into services. But it seems to be pretty popular, though, when services are made available, because some individuals that are there on a long term oftentimes will participate and say, I want to be involved. I don't know if it's because it's something else to do besides sitting in the cells, or if it's really a true interest, but I think those would have to be gauged through assessments that DBHS counselors would have to make. But I want to just say, yes, there is a huge problem. There's a huge revolving door, and we're doing what we can under our department to provide services. I know that over and over again, I've been told by my contracting officer with BIA that I'm not getting monies to provide counseling services, that I'm getting funds to provide detention services, and that's been problematic for me. So, but I want to just kind of point that out, but it is true, a good percentage of our people coming through the system are substance abuse related. And I want to also point out that when we do send individuals off reservation for any type of intervention, even down to Phoenix, without the involvement of family members, there's no sustainability of whatever work that has been done with individuals post the rehabilitation. That is so important that that be addressed, and also another reason that the facility be located here on the nation to allow family members to participate. In our original master plan that we did back in 2007, in there we did propose a 380-bed facility out in Shiprock, because there was a substance abuse treatment facility and program there, to also add to the numbers needed to address substance abuse. But we have since renewed our master plan, and that standalone facility is no longer in the plan, but the new facilities coming into play do have like individual counseling rooms, group counseling rooms, a site for traditional type services to occur outside of the facilities, if it be a sweat lodge, what have you, that can be provided. So I just want to add that much, and I wanted to say thank you to the Law and Order Committee, the chair, vice chair, and other members for wanting to do this. And Madam Chair did mention that she's not aware that this has been initiated by any other committee, and that is true. But to the extent, I think DPS has been moving forward and wanting services for the individuals coming into the facility through their contact with the criminal justice system. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And
question. Delegate Daniel.
Daniel, let's get through this public safety, then we'll jump into some questions. Or go ahead. You have the floor, Chairman.
Yeah, just real specifically, this is to Miss Gray Eyes. I'm just wondering, how come there has to be MOUs between departments and divisions of the Navajo Nation government? Wouldn't it just behooves everybody to work together within the departments and divisions? I'm questioning the purpose of an MOU. And it just seems like another layer of bureaucracy.
Thank you, Chair.
Dolores, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair So, Vice Chair So, and then Chair So, thank you for that question. And a very good question. At the time in 2004, I was very new to DPS, and I'd come over from social services after spending 20 years, and it seems to be that was the way to go in order for other nation services to come in. And one of the things that I learned in the years that I've been here also is that providers are afraid to come into the correctional facilities. I don't know if it's fear of the inmate population and so forth, but the MOUs really is a way to get people, providers there. And we shouldn't have to have the agreements. They should have, we should be able to develop a case plan with an intervention plan and have them coming in and out of the facility to provide services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer and for your question, Shana, Mr. Daniel. So with that, I'm going to refer back to Chief Francisco. I can continue with your report.
So I think that kind of sums up most of what I wanted to say. There was one more thing I was going to say was, I totally lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, I had somebody come to my office, but that'll complete my report for now. If anybody has more questions on what we were wanting to do or what I presented, I'm free here to answer any more questions.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and before we move on to IHS, let's go to some Q&A. Committee members, Health and Human Service Committee, and Audit LLC members. You have some questions here. Just let me know if you have any questions. Then I'll recognize you.
Hey,
Okay. Who's this again?
Jesse Delmar.
Oh, Delmar. Before we go to some Q&A, let's go to Mr. Delmar. Mr. Delmar, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Vice Chair. Otto, Chair So, Yate, all of you, and I really appreciate this date that we're talking about. I thought we had Chief of Police, and Director Gray Eyes from NDOC, and we deal with it every day. It's the one of the main objectives of the Office of the President Nehes Sto. He put together a plan based on what he tells us is that this is the voice of the people. We need to find a recovery center or a rehabilitation center. The President, our goal is probably to see if we could find 4 or 5. And he identified some places here and there. So I just wanted to respond to Chair So that one of the factors that we deal with regarding MOA or MOUs is that the money source of these programs, we're pretty much guided, and we have a contract with the Bureau of Indian Affairs too as well. And we have a contract as to how these monies are going to be expended. So that is one other factor that I just want to mention as far as MOUs and MOAs is concerned. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr.
I have one more
Francisco?
thing. I remembered what it was, so. If you
Okay.
allow me
You
a
have
more
the floor,
minute.
Francisco. You have the
So
floor,
one of the
Mr.
things
Chief.
that we kind of identified on top of, all the resource issues is, the laws and procedures and how we move forward on that. So a lot of the laws require an arrest, a report, and once we arrest somebody for public intoxication, it has to go to prosecutor's office, and then we have to have a prosecutor present in court. So that takes a lot of time from the prosecutors and the judges, and I think that's kind of where we fail on holding people, at least getting them committed or a court order, because the process is so long. So we identified that as one of the issues also. If we could, that's going to probably take a law change, because if we can change it to more, a little bit less cumbersome for officers, where officers can actually prosecute themselves like we would a traffic citation rather than a full criminal case. So I think that's something that we need to look at, because we're treating public intoxication as a criminal case. That goes through all the whole court system with the prosecutors, and then that's where a lot of it doesn't get all the way through court, and we don't have anybody held accountable for some reason there, because it's just such a big burden on the system. If there was some way we could change and look at maybe modifying the public intoxication law that would streamline the officer's ability to take them in, file the paperwork, and go through the court system, without overburdening the prosecutors and judicial system, I think that's the way we could move forward a little bit more and have a record of, repeat offenders in the court, where the court and the judge can decide, well, you've been prosecuted and found guilty of this 6 times, now we're going to mandate you or order you to go to such and such treatment. So I think that's another place we need to look for, and that's what we identified in our pilot project. Is that's kind of fallen through the cracks, because it's just so burdensome on officers' time, the prosecutor's office, and if there's a way we could just look at changing how it's worded and how we can prosecute it. It may take judicial coming to the table too, and have a discussion about how can we more efficiently move through these cases and get them. Because really, there's not a whole lot to prosecuting these cases. If they're intoxicated, they're intoxicated. There's not a whole lot of other elements to the crime, but yet it takes months and months and months to get through it. And then by then, they've been arrested 4 or 5 more times. So that was just what I wanted to add to that. Not only behavioral health, but the prosecutor's office and our judicial system, and maybe changing the laws could be a big part of this project, along with the facility. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief, for that last input you had. With that, Madam Chair is back on the line, and I'm going to turn the chair back over. The Public Safety just finish up their report. Madam Chair, you have the gavel.
Please hang up and.
Hey, yeah.
Good morning. Yeah, I don't know who's making that phone call. Good morning, Vice Chair, for taking the helm. I hope we still have our HES Chair and Vice Chair who are on the line. But thank you for sharing that information with us, Chief Francisco, Captain Williams, and then also Director Delmar. It sounds like there's going to be a lot of moving parts with making this change. So far, I do have the need that has been stated from Department of Public Safety, but it sounds like there's also a need to fix the laws when it comes to the commitment, and then also the orders coming down for the court. I do have on my notes, possibly change to maybe like what do you call it? I put sliding scale, but that's not the right word to use. But kind of after a certain number, then the commitment, shall be imposed type of language. I know that we do have Brandon Bitzili, who is with the prosecutor's office, who is on the line. And I know that I'm sure he's writing down some of these issues as well. But before we proceed forward, since there's going to be some changes that need to be made to the law to move forward with these projects or to move forward with this issue, I would like to ask Brandon, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Brandon, can you chime in a little bit on the issues with the commitment orders and what prosecutors face in regards to what you're hearing right now with what DPS is proposing?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So public intoxication is criminalized under Title 17, Section 488. There was an effort to decriminalize it, and so it was mainly focused on rehabilitation. And so the penalty is that if any person guilty of public intoxication may be ordered to attend rehabilitative therapy or pay a fine of $100. So there's no jail time that's associated with it, because before I think there was an issue where people were getting picked up and they were automatically being sentenced to like a year or what have you. So there was a step away from that to try to get towards the substantive issues. But as a lot of the public safety partners alluded to, that process is cumbersome. So I say if I got this report today for a public intoxication and I filed it today, there's a possibility that he might not even get arraigned until a few months. The way I've had to prosecute these cases with the repeat offenders is to deny the bail of the individual and to keep him in custody, so that way I can have a good hold on him. Because if he gets released, I file the criminal complaint, he gets released, and then the arraignment's not for another 4 months or 2 months. And then by that time, like Chief Francisco said, he's been picked up 3 more times, if not more. And so it kind of just gets lost in the shuffle. So like I said, explaining this process of denying bail, I would have to, show the court that he's a danger to himself. Look at all these dates that he's been picked up. The officers all know him. All the corrections officers know him. He's a regular. And these aren't like, criminals, like they're not breaking into vehicles or stealing. Some of them are just, they just drink. That's all they do every day. And a lot of them will admit, yeah, I do have a problem, but it's got such a hold on them that they can't even, stop it. So that's why the court system can be used, but it does become cumbersome, and it takes a lot of effort to get these people committed. And like it would be such a big help if that facility was on the Navajo Nation instead of the probation officers calling to different service unit or different areas for inpatient treatment, checking to see if they have a bed, making sure they have Arizona Access or some other type of way to get them transferred over there. And especially during the pandemic, a lot of them aren't accepting any patients at all. And if they do, it's an uphill battle the entire way, I would say that. So hopefully that kind of helps from the prosecution perspective. One thing that I will talk about too quickly is the Health Commitment Act. The way it's written, it's mainly around mental health and physical disorders.
I don't know if you want to do it. Who wanted this?
Can you please mute your phone? We can hear your conversation. Mr. Batuli, we apologize for that. You can go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Chair. And so, so that's the criminal side of it. The other side, the civil side, is the Health Commitment Act. And briefly, it's mainly geared towards, physical or mental illness or disorder. It's not really, written. I guess we could try to shoehorn in, like substance abuse and alcoholic disease, but if it was amended, to specifically target, alcoholism or substance abuse for these repeat offenders, I think that could, take it away from the criminal side and kind of focus just on the rehab, but we're still using the power of the court and the court-ordered treatment. One idea that I had really briefly, and I'm sure, DPS has thought about it a long times, is just like public service aids instead of, if there's a program for that, that instead of, police officers responding to people who are inebriated and, need to be taken to somewhere where they're going to sober up. Public service aids are kind of like a step down, more like security officers, but they're able to detain people for their safety. That could, if a program, they don't go through like academy, so there's not a lot of resources into like an officer. It takes 26 weeks or something to create an officer, but public service aid, I don't think it would take that long, and I think it could really alleviate a lot of issues within the police manpower. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your input on that, Brandon. And then right now, I know with the commitment orders, I know that you did state that they are focused on rehabilitation, but there's really nothing focused on alcohol rehabilitation, that they're more focused on the mental health rehabilitation. I'm kind of going back to when we, when I was in front of the judge there in Crown Point, whenever there were any type of orders for commitment, I know that he always had a really difficult time, just signing the order to make it, easy to commit people who needed help, especially when family was there, testifying that the need was, that there was a need there versus, let's say, the judge in Chin Lee, who I remember I did go before him one time, and he was very happy once he heard the family taking the stand and asking for the commitment orders. I shouldn't say he was happy, but he seemed to have an easier time signing the commitment order. So I know that there is the way that judges, the way that they rule, and then also the way that they pass down their judgment all varies in different jurisdictions. So Brandon, I just want to ask you, what is your recommendation for having such a commitment like this? Do you think that it would be possible to have it, since it would be on the Navajo Nation versus where we were previously sending people in this stage out to the the border cities like Denver? I know that the Gallup was always really full, so we always had to look out to Phoenix, to Albuquerque. One time we had to look into a place out in Tucson. I know that, removing a person from the area does make it very difficult for them sometimes, but do you think that that would actually help in cases where the commitment is done on the Navajo Nation?
Yes, I really believe so. If we're talking about a detox place, or, across the board, if the officers had somewhere to, have someone go to detox, or if we had commitment orders, I think judges would be more willing to, sign off on a commitment order, ordering them to treatment if it's on the Navajo Nation, especially if the curriculum, or like the way the rehabilitation is, culture sensitive to the Navajo tradition. I feel like a lot of them would, be more willing to do that. And I think it's also just, it would really help all the probation officers and all of the social workers that, have to make sure that this person has a medical clearance, that they have all the insurance to pay for their stay and their treatment. If they had, if that place was located on the Navajo Nation, it just, they become really familiar with it. It just takes, it kind of lessens the burden on them trying to call around to different facilities in different states across the country. So yeah, I think it would be good, and I also think it's just an exercise of Navajo sovereignty to, you know, actually care for our people, for under Navajo, by Navajos, for Navajos. You know, and if we're able to actually take care of our own instead of sending them somewhere else. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you for that, Brandon. And again, this purpose of today's meeting is really just to kind of have this conversation to hopefully start with a little spark as far as, you know, what we both HES and Law and Order Committee need to do to offer this service to our people. As Chief Francisco stated, and also Acting Chief Prosecutor Brandon Bitsui, you know, jailing them is really not the answer at this point. The one individual from Tuba City who's been arrested 200 times with a 2-hour minimum of removing an officer from, you know, duty so that they can address this individual really does sound like it is a problem. I know that here in Shiprock we do have many, we call them relatives. I personally don't believe that a Navajo person is homeless. We all have a home to go back to, and the Navajo Nation is our home. So, you know, we do have several relatives who are out on the street, you know, and we see them every day. It's same people. We see them at City Market, you know, begging for food and water, actually more times asking for money. But, you know, we all have that within our communities. And I think it would be such a blessing if we could start moving towards establishing a detox center and a rehabilitation center, which would free up officers' time for them to respond to other calls that our community members need help with, and then also to free up the prosecutor's log. So, Brandon, do you have any data or any statistics on how many of the crimes you prosecute that are alcohol related?
I don't have the numbers offhand, but I can get that to the committees. But it's, you know, really close. It's like 90%, I would say. There's rarely incident where there's not alcohol or substance abuse, mainly methamphetamine, that's not in play in any of it, and especially with the violent crimes. In almost 100% of the time, all the violent crimes are either alcohol or methamphetamine related.
Thank you for that, Brandon. So, Director Delmar, are you still on the line?
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. I was on a different call too as well. I was monitoring both calls at the same time. Yes, I'm here.
You're fine, Director Delmar. Director, a lot of these changes will actually fall under your supervision. And I know that there's going to be a lot of questions and concerns about, you know, which center we're going to be using primarily for the detox center and then also for the rehabilitation center. Do you have any thoughts on this, on how we can proceed forward with this action?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing us together and talking about this topic. You know, I know that we've been dealing with this for a long time. Is what Brandon just mentioned, around about 90% was what my thought was too, as well, as far as crime on the Navajo Nation. And it is true that probably around about 100% of these cases result in major crime offenses across the Navajo Nation. So these numbers are pretty high, I would say. And I did have a conversation with Director Gray Eyes yesterday concerning this. Pretty much preliminary right now. There's some factors like the contract that I mentioned just a while ago that would become a factor. Obviously, behavioral health folks need to be at the table on this too as well, and open up some discussion with them as far as some centers. I understand that in Chin-Li, there was a conversion of a facility there that was pretty much intended for what we're talking about in the past. But obviously, you know, we have this problem as the Navajo people, as Navajo Division of Public Safety, as far as with the police department and also with corrections too as well. We're open to discussion. Yes, exactly. And obviously, we need to involve the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Justice Services, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm glad that you brought that up, Director Delmar, regarding the Office of Justice Services, OJS. When we had spoke to Director Addington at one point about this possibility, I don't remember if you recall, Director Delmar, when we had this conversation at TIBIC, he did state that that it was that there are centers that on the I guess in Indian country that have done something similar, and you know it's not completely turning into a center where they. I can't remember how he described it, but I thought that he said that this is something that other places are doing as well. Do you recall that conversation, Director Delmar?
Yes, ma'am. And certainly, and of course, we can go back to him and have that conversation again with him. Maybe yourself, me, and Director Addington. And the other relevant programs that we're involving right now at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Delmar. I have that on my list of things to do again here, schedule a meeting with Addington to discuss this center. Is there, are there any other issues that you see with moving towards something like this, Mr. Delmar? And then my second question is, you mentioned Chin-Li. Is Chin-Li, was that like an established center that would help with alcohol or drug-related issues, or was that just an idea?
That should be a behavioral health question. I understand that there was a facility, according to Dr. Gray Eyes yesterday, as I was having this discussion with her, that there was a facility that was created in Chin-Li that was converted to something else. So we may have something there. And, you know, just thinking about this too, thinking about facilities too. The president mentioned one time that there was an opportunity in Bird Springs too, of a brand new facility that was built. There was one in some other areas too as well. I think he mentioned Holbrook, but Holbrook is off the reservation, as you know. But we need to probably look into different opportunities as far as facilities is concerned.
So do you think it would be possible then? I know when we first had this discussion, we talked about turning one of the detention centers into this detox/rehabilitation center. Is that still possible? Because if it is, then we can move forward towards scheduling this meeting with Mr. Addington.
Yes, I think we need to have that discussion with Mr. Addington and ask him that question. Because what we have is, just to, for an example, the contract is that we have right now with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The scope of the contract is limited to the Navajo Nation, and there's some other criteria too as well, and we have to stay within the limits of the contract, is what we're told. So then we need to talk to Mr. Addington, who oversees the the corrections portion of the contract that we have, and we'll certainly approach him with that question, ma'am.
Okay, I get what you're saying. All right. So I guess the next part
Ma'am, I understand that there's some possibilities right now in Tuba City and also in Chinle. The juvenile facilities are a possibility right now.
The juvenile facility in Chinle?
And in Tuba City. I'd like to have Madam Chair, Dr. Gray-Eyes expound more on this, if we would.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you know, the statistics for our juveniles have been really low, and we do have a 36-bed facility in Tuba City, and then we also have a 48-bed facility, 36-bed facility in Tuba, and a 48-bed facility in Chinle. And understanding that the detox takes probably a week, 2 weeks, and then moving them from there into rehabilitation, I think that could be accommodated. There would have to be some renovations and modifications of these facilities. For example, there's been discussions that people that have substance abuse issues shouldn't be in jail, and I fully agree with that. But all our facilities, unfortunately, are constructed in ways that they are lockdown facilities. And myself and the corrections captain did a visit to the Four Corners detox that's located right over the hill in Gallup, New Mexico, and they've converted a juvenile facility to serve as a 7-day detox, wherein that they work with individuals, and this is all voluntary, for the 7 days to detox, but they also have a large number of case managers, medical personnel that are on hand, which is going to be required. But I think there is some level of being able to do that as a start. And again, I believe in the long term, because of the high numbers, and I was looking at my data just this past year, 2020, we pulled through 26,680 individuals through the adult facilities this past year, even though, a part of the time we were somewhat partially operating, but it's still pretty high. And so that would be something for us to work at. And if I were to offer a recommendation, Chinle is the central to the Navajo Nation, and earlier in my discussion, I did state that it's so important to involve families, because these individuals will eventually return home, and we do not want them to put them in the same environment that they came out of. And this is so important for the post-rehabilitation. After they return home, the families are going to have to support the sobriety of these individuals if they are to move forward in their lives sober. So that's what I want to add, and that would be a start. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Delmar again.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Eyes, for your input. Director Gray-Eyes, Director Delmar.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We were talking about funding opportunities too as well. I know that through SAMHSA, I know that there's a lot of opportunities as far as funding is concerned. A couple of months ago, I think it was, myself and other members too as well, including Delegate Eugene, so we had that meeting with the Apache tribe as to how they were doing it, and just want to see, or maybe have a feel as to what they're doing and so on. So I'm thinking that, we could come up with something ourselves as far as a recovery center or rehabilitation center. There is steps involved. There's detox first, then recovery, and so on. So I just wanted to mention that to you, is that there's some funding opportunities through SAMHSA.
Thank you for that information, Director Delmar. And I think we're kind of moving along here, because now we seem to identify one location per the recommendation by Director Gray Eyes. I think Chinle would be a great location since it is a central location. We do still have to schedule the meeting with Addington to make sure that this can happen. I also have a lot of things to do to visit the Gallup Detox Center to get an idea of how they changed that facility from a jail facility to a detox rehabilitation center. Look into the public service aid per Brandon Bitsui and see if this is some way that we can alleviate some of the time that officers are having to spend responding to these alcohol drug-related charges, because per Chief Francisco, it takes a 2 hours minimum for an officer to respond to these calls. And I think that example being provided about the one lady in Tuba City who's been arrested 200 times really kind of gives us an idea of what we're looking at. And so I think we're kind of moving along here. And then also Captain Williams attesting to I guess what they did with the 30 repeat offenders and how they took them to the behavioral health center, the pilot program, I guess that was in Tuba City, which I think we're kind of moving, we do have information on, and then fixing the laws for commitment, which I think I'm going to reach out to the prosecutor's office to help assist with that. I kind of feel like on the Law and Order Committee side, we kind of have a plan. But this is obviously going to involve a little bit more people, which is why we invited Hess on the call to see, because Hess is the oversight for health education, human services. This will involve health, but also the human services part of, I guess, the division that will have to be involved to get this going. Chair So, are you still on the line? Or do we have Vice Chair Slater? Do we have anybody from Hess on the line?
Can you hear me? This is Delegate Slater.
Delegate Paul Begay on the line. Good morning, Delegate Begay. Vice Chair, did you get that recap?
Cited things from
Vice Chair, you keep cutting in and out.
Have to walk up the hill to get service then. You just have to work with me. So just, I guess, wait for my comments and then please proceed on with things for now.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Delegate Paul Begay, were you able to hear the recap?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Part of it I got. I had a hard time. I was dialing in the wrong number and had a hard time trying to connect. Finally, I'm on. So I didn't get the full recap on that. So, but I'll continue listening on. Thank you.
Do we have any other HES committee members who are on the call?
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Helena.
Good morning, Delegate Helona.
And Delegate Wanika is here too.
Delegate Wanika, thank you for joining us. Let me give you guys a quick recap of the purpose of today's work session so that hopefully you're able to chime in to offer some suggestions. The Department of Public Safety did a report to Law and Order Committee, I believe it was back in November. And at that time, one of the issues that we encountered was the number of arrests that have been made involving intoxicated individuals or individuals who were on drugs. So at that time, the suggestion was to possibly move towards building a detox and then also a rehabilitation center. There was a tribe, and I'm hoping that Hope McDonald Lone Tree is listening in right now. I believe Director Delmar did mention it was the Apache tribe that turned one of their, or actually has a very good program that they started in their tribe to try to assist those who need rehabilitation. Chief Francisco shared with us today that there were 25,000 arrests last year, and of that, 12,000 was public intoxication. He also stated that it takes about a 2-hour minimum for an officer to respond to these public intoxication calls, and then they get booked. Before booking, they have to be taken to IHS to be cleared. Then they go in for booking, and then they're released the next morning. So we're taking, on average, a minimum of 2 hours of an officer's time off of, off the street for them to respond to these public intoxication calls. The example that Chief Francisco used is one lady in Tuba City was arrested last year 200 times. So 200 times officers did have to respond to this one individual who was continually intoxicated and who had calls made because of that. And so we also had Captain Williams, who talked about a pilot program that they did in Tuba City where they contacted their 30 repeat offenders. They rounded them up and they took them to behavioral health, and some of them were sent into treatment at that time. And so some of them did receive some assistance, and some of them actually went through the treatment. But one of the issues that we are facing here as a nation is that we don't have a rehabilitation center here on the Navajo Nation that's specifically geared towards those who are arrested for public intoxication or those who are arrested for alcohol-related crimes. And so that was the purpose of putting this work session together. We also have the acting chief prosecutor, Brandon Bitsui, who did talk about the commitment laws. We do have commitment laws on the Navajo Nation, but they're more focused on rehabilitation for mental health. And so he recommended that we target the rehabilitation for alcohol and drug-related crimes. He also made a recommendation that we look into public service aids. Instead of having officers respond to public intoxication, these public service aids would be the ones who would be responding to those public intoxication calls. And they're geared more towards like being security more than ever, but it wouldn't require them to have to go through the police academy. And then it would also alleviate, or it would also relieve some time the officers are using towards responding to public intoxication. Acting Chief Prosecutor also agreed that the commitments on the Navajo Nation, if we were to have a detox/rehabilitation center, that it would be less burdensome for the families to have to go out to the neighboring towns that we're currently sending our people to. And then he also talked about how that would strengthen Navajo sovereignty to take care of our own. Right now, if there are centers that are available, usually Navajo people are sent out to Phoenix, Denver, Albuquerque, Tucson, wherever there are facilities that are available. And they're usually not close to home, or they're not here on the Navajo. and it makes it really hard for individuals to address their issues when they're away from home. We also, Acting Chief Prosecutor Brandon Bitsui did state that he would share the data and the stats of crimes that are being prosecuted, but he stated it's probably around 90% of the cases that prosecutors are seeing that are alcohol-related or drug-related charges. At this point, we did have Director Jesse Delmar who chimed in, and he is encouraging and standing behind his officers, and then also with the information that's being provided, he did recommend that we schedule a meeting with Charles Addington, who is I think his title is he's the Director of Office of Justice Services, OJS through BIA, to discuss how we can turn this detention center into the recovery center. We have Dolores Gray Eyes, who is also in charge of detention, who also chimed in, and she recommended that Chinle would be a really great location if the Navajo Nation were to try to move forward to turn one of the detention centers that we currently have on the Navajo Nation into this detox/rehabilitation center. So we're moving along as far as what we can do, but this is where and then the last thing is also Director Delmar did share that SAMHSA, I'm trying to remember what SAMHSA stands for, but they have funding available for these types of programs. Director Gray Eyes also mentioned that there is a Gallup Detox Center that actually turned one of their, I think it's their jails, into a detox/rehabilitation center. And so that is kind of an example that was used where it is possible. So Director Gray Eyes and Director Delmar also spoke about how, it may be possible to turn the juvenile detention center, if we renovate and we modify the center into the detox/rehabilitation center, because currently the detention center was built as a jail, obviously, but that's not what we want to do. I think the discussion we've been having is that the last thing we want to do is jail the individual because they're intoxicated, when we should be offering assistance to them to try to battle their demons, as far as what has been happening with Department of Public Safety, and then also with what has been happening here on the Navajo Nation. So there is possibly funding opportunities that may be available. I know we also have on the call with us Raquel Chi, who was kind of turned into, Raquel, I'm sorry, I'm going to just say this, she's kind of turned into the expert for the Navajo Nation, in regards to grants. Raquel Chi is the grant administrator for the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch, and she has been helping the Judicial Branch get grants and then also to use their grants. And Navajo Nation Judicial Branch actually uses all of their grant money every year. And so she has been very successful in not only finding the grants needed that the Navajo Nation needs for their programs, but also making sure that the Judicial Branch spends every single penny the way that they're supposed to. So that's why I kind of call her the expert in grant finding and also grant administration. But she is currently on the call, so we'll probably talk to her later on as we have this discussion to talk about possible funding that's available. But Director Jesse Delmar did mention SAMHSA. But again, as stated, the reason why we call HES on this meeting is because we do need assistance from IHS, and we also will need assistance from Department of Behavioral Health, which falls under you are the oversight for both of these services. Currently, in another Law and Order Committee meeting, Director Gray Eyes did share with us that that not all IHS offer services to those who are in detention. And I remember we did have this discussion with Charles Addington at one time, and we talked about how we can start offering services to those who are incarcerated, those services that are provided through IHS, and then those services are provided through Department of Behavioral Health. Most of the detention centers, if not all, do have a part within the detention center that is available for IHS services. So they have like doctors' offices where doctors can come in and offer services to those who are detained, but IHS is not willing to do that. We did have that talk with them, but they never really gave us a clear answer as to why they're not offering Navajo people these services. Behavioral health does offer some services as well, but every jurisdiction differs on the type of services they provide and whether they do go into the detention center to offer these services to individuals. I know in Crown Point, when I was a prosecutor, they had behavioral health there didn't come into the detention center, but they did offer services when the individual was released. And every jurisdiction is different in the way that they handle things, which is why we're hoping with Hess listening into the calls, they'll be able to maybe start asking those questions so that we can provide our people the services that they need. So that's pretty much a recap of what has been discussed, and then also what the direction that we're moving right now. So the goal right now is to establish a detox/rehabilitation center on the Navajo Nation. And it looks like a place has been identified, and that's Chinle. So with that, I hope that I recapped as much information as we have already been discussing. I think that this is probably, I don't know if previous councils have had this discussion, but we do want to move forward to try to help Department of Public Services, and then also to help, obviously, our people with what's happening here on the nation with alcohol and drugs. So with that, are there any questions from any of the delegates at this point?
Madam Chair, it's it.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
One question. These people that we put in jail, 80 by 18, that's the one that goes to jail. My question is, these people that go to jail, they have to have a desire. They have to be sick so many times. They don't want to be sick no more. They're tired of it. That's the only way you can change an alcoholic. They have to have desire to do it. Otherwise, as I was working with the Talbot House with funds from the Southwest Indian Foundation, we used to take people as an outreach counselor, alcoholism counselor. I took people detox all over the place. Mainly Gallup detox. I took this one guy about 12 times, and the 12th time somehow he finally got recovered, and he started working as a counselor, alcoholism counselor at Tuba City. Now he's still trying to push AA around Chinle. So that's the only way you can have a person to change. You can lock him up and then put him in detox. He will be drunk again. There are some families that had a lot of money in Chinle. She took her boys into detox, all the high money detox. Oh, you buy the alone, they never did, but sober up. They'll go through it, come back, here comes the bottle again. They'll start tipping those bottles, that liquor up, and it keeps on going. So many days. There are different kinds of alcoholism. They're chronic. 200 times you have it all that. I think I almost doubled that time. How many times I went to jail for detox, for drinking. Other than that, there's a periodic ones. The one that's but they stay sober for a couple months, a month, a couple months, 3 months, 6 months, a year, gets drunk and stays drunk for another month. And then the one that maintains alcoholism. There's a lot of them on the reservation. I know there are teachers and doctors. They are just all daily. They consume alcohol, but they don't get drunk. They go about their business normal, but they do get back and drink whatever they have to drink to calm them down and then to help them eat and help them sleep. That's the only way they survive. If you take that away, they're going to go into relapse. So there are different kind of alcoholism. Chief Francisco Del Mardo and Dolores regarding to how we can get these people off the street and into the rehab and recovery, and then let them live a happily ever after. For now, there used to be a GAP. They called it Ganado Alcoholism Program. They used to call it GAP in Ganado. 4 to 5 days. That's where I went when I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. When I didn't want to drink no more. You had to go through a lot of stuff before you can understand that you have to stop. And it only stops one day at a time. If you can't make it, it has to be an hour at a time, 2 hours at a time. Stay sober. So, and then I add on another 4 to 5 days to learn some stuff that I can try to sustain myself when I get out. And when you get out, you don't try to hide yourself. You go amongst the alcoholic people. So in the house, and some of them, they will hide them, or they're going to hide themselves. They don't want to see these people that they drink with. But if you go meet them daily, then it's going to really help you. You talk to them. You only tell your story. You don't tell them what to do. So we took a lot of people into the AA with that. There's a guy named Dermot and Rudy. I can mention their name now because they passed the with their own money, with their own right, with their own time. They walked the Navajo reservation. We picked people up. We took them to rehab. We took them to AA meetings. We did that almost constantly, 24 hours. Any time of the day, somebody would call you, maybe from Phoenix, then take them to detox. Sometimes I bring them all the way back to Gala, then drop them off over there. So you have to call the hats to make sure there's room too. That's how to get these alcoholism off the street. So we're just going to get a judge to put him into a rehab or recovery center, and then the next day he'll be living heavily after. What we're talking about. What we're trying to do right now. So a lot of people, they just go to rehab, on their own. They just like I did. I went there by my own because I had a bad night and I just had to go somewhere, and then they took me away right there. It might have been my time because there was a bed ready for me already where they took me. So that's what we're talking about here. So but we need to get things ready. Like they were talking about, we had to find out how the money is going to be used. All these monies from federal government, like I always tell you, in order for you to buy a jacket, you have to wear it in the summertime. You can't wear it during the winter time. It seems that that's how the regulations are on these funds, how to be used. It's not a contract. So within that limit, the limit of the contract, so those are some of the things that we had to revisit, some of the contracts. Like the debtors are way behind. 10, 20 years and the 638 contract signed in date that we need. So that needs to be changed because our reservation grown by mileage wise, acreage wise, square mile wise, it's grown, and also the people grown. So whatever they're giving us might not be enough, maybe only enough, or maybe 20 years ago. We need to look into those contracts and find out where all these so we'll need a lot of a legal opinion from our council. And then maybe we can use Hope to she always send us some things for grants that Aggie maybe we can look into there, because when the Taba house was running, it burnt down right now in Chinle. It was but that one was running. They used the funds from Southwest Indian Foundation. They caught another one there. Wasn't there? So they had AA meetings and Al-Anon. Al-Anon is for the family of an alcoholic. As to Abus in Abus in non idol that non is not Rado Yat Elton to Casey, the Kate Zero Aya, RGA, that of what they go through. ARGA Hotel. So what I go a share on Golako Bar on the ZT bills on the corn that the English are share the cases 110%, hoping that we could find one or two or three on the Navajo Nation. We're way outdated, because we need something. We really need something to help these people on the. I got a lot of alcoholic friends. When I go to bashes, they will all be coming see me. So those are my buddies out there. Yo at the middle, yo hot sort of God bless you to the Smith or the house. Share, yeah. I share that. No, the house. The house. The Chiraho. Chong sort of God bless you to the house. No house. Hot sort of the there has to after you give them a quarter each. What I have that is so we need to really figure this out and how to redo these funds, how it's going to be used, how we can redefine it, how we can get the contracts back in order to help our people now. It's really not helping. Like just for example, we got NHA's money out the hospital. I don't know when it and homeless people out there, we can't even get them a house. What so it's really hard, looking at that bit federal government, so we need to redefine those and also find out how we can get so much counselors in there. If right now another thing it's not that an IDA, the one that we obstacle that we have is if we're going to have a counselor, we always have to say they have to have some kind of certificate. Social service, social audit yada is the council yada is had no the airpan as still I'm very husband audit when we got people sober up, we didn't have no credentials. We just go out there and help people to sober up, or we just tell them our story. That's about it. That's all they know. They hasn't asked he needs because if you're an alcoholic, you see alcoholism through their eyes and you walk their moccasins and you know what they're going to say and how they're going to say it. You already know it ahead of time. So those are the people that needs to be counselors at these rehabs, not all those educated, the one that just learn, don't even know what they're just talking about what they learn. But these people that counsel them, I need yada report your not the has the can so we used to go to our police departments and talk to those people in jail. To jail the house, telling our story. And we used to go to the hospital, the one that got into the hospital because of maybe drinking. We used to work with the hospital that way, but now about the home. So we go to those people and we talk to them. What we're talking about, that's what you call 12-stepping. AI and AA. Alcoholism is a big book. We don't have to use really that. We don't have to be really believe in God, but some do. So so we need to really look into this and really put rehab and recovery center in that sense on shit that planning linear up a concert on long that another has card. It would really help our alcoholics out there. Should I thought big cases with the Diego? I really need this on the Navajo Nation because I let people sleep at my house. I give them water, I give them sandwich. And I taught them they'll be all right for a couple of days sometimes. So it's like a detox. I should always listen to Hush now. And then when they get really sick, I'll take them to the hospital. So those are the things that, you have to be out there 24/7 for them. But right now, as a council delegate, I'm not really home a lot. So I don't know what you're using on that. So that's all. This is something that you have to do 24/7 to help somebody mentally and their behavioral, etc. That you need to be there for them. That's like a little baby. You need to be there and clean their diapers and then fix some food for them, etc. So if we're gonna muster that, if we think we're like that, I'm ready for you guys. I'll be there. Anyway, I really need some money for these kind of projects. Hold on, that's what we need on the Navajo Nation. We're way behind. Madam Chair, and all those. That is enough time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So with that, committee members, are there any questions up to this point? Committee members and also HEF members.
This is Carl Slater. Can you hear me?
Vice Chair, yes, go ahead.
Thanks. We have a really good idea of what the issues are and quantifying it and qualifying everything. From my perspective, I just ask that from the law enforcement side and the corrections side, and then the DVHS and NDOH side, that we get some proposed budgets on the services that we desire to support in Chinle, and then figure out what would be the baseline if we were going to replicate this parts of the reservation, and what costs would be unique to that facility. And then, on the corrections and law enforcement side, to understand what sort of supplementary either sources or financial resources may be needed in order to have this sort of coordination between the different branches and deliver these services. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I want to see what budgets look like, if there is an ideal budget funding amount, and then what we could make do with if we only had a certain amount of funding available to us. And then from there, we can look at what some of our options are from our existing contracts, or what we could try to amend or fund internally here on Navajo. Thank you very much to everyone who's participated and expressed information, and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Slater. I think that's a really good idea. Is it possible, Director Delmar, for you to work with your department on getting a proposed budget of what we would be looking at, not only to renovate and modify the detention center there in Chinle, but also looking at the services that may be needed. Vice Chair Slater, I think that's where we're going to need health education, human services to help with this, because Law and Order Committee is not the oversight of Department of Behavioral Health, and then also IHS, working with them to see what kind of services, what kind of services can be provided if this center were to be established, and then also asking them to provide us a budget of what it would look like to offer these kind of services. Is that something that your committee can start working towards?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your comments, Vice Chair Slater and also Shannon Dutton. Eugene So, thank you for the comments that you made. Madam Chair, certainly we can have that conversation with the Division of Health and specifically the Behavioral Health Department. Yes. First of all, I'd like to find out what the status of that facility that was mentioned in the Chinle area before, and have further discussions with them as far as a budget may be concerned. Yes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Delmar. Again, this work session is really starting that, I guess, the foundation, asking the questions that have to be asked before we start proceeding forward. We do have a list of things that do need to happen before we start, I guess, with our actions. But Vice Chair, again, I can't say that I know what HES has been working on, nor can I say that I know what questions to ask when it comes to HES, which is why we're having this joint meeting. So I'm going to ask all of HES committee members, is there anything else that we need to be at this point so that we can at least start moving forward with getting questions answered and hopefully establish a second work session where we'll have a better idea of what it's going to take to make this possible for our people and the nation. HES committee members?
This is Delegate Daniel So.
Chair So. You have the floor.
Yes. At the start of the meeting, there was the thought of converting one of the detention centers to a rehab center. And rather than, giving us the picture of which one, if Ms. Gray Eyes and Director Mr. Delmar and Chief Francisco, if they could come together and designate which particular one is the most feasible for a rehab center. The other is, my understanding, we have a new director with mental and behavioral health services that's contracted from IHS to the Navajo Nation. The HES committee has not met with the new director. And so we'll see what becomes on that first introductory meeting. The other is, could there be a lead agency designated? One, to outline perhaps the laws that need to be amended. Two, to also look at the 638 contracts that go to law enforcement as well as to behavioral health. Those contracts can be amended based on the action of NABI. So that would be thoughts going forward. Otherwise, if we just leave it as is, then at the next meeting, we'll be having this same discussion, and that way we get a roadmap, a banner that can be basically give us a path to get this particular um, initiative going. One of the biggest things that occurred 2 or 3 administrations ago was the mental and behavioral health services shutting down services at Kaibito, Thoreau, and at Ojo Encino. And in those cases, the court referred folks would go to those counseling centers and basically provide the ceremonial and the spiritual support through sweats, as well as learning about the cultural and traditional and spiritual teachings on a more one-to-one basis rather than having to be in a center-based service. So those are some things that really has, in one way, we've taken a few steps backwards, and I think part of the initiative is to reopen some of those services that existed at the chapter level. For the folks that used to go to Ojo Encino, those that are court referred, they have to drive anywhere from 67 to 80 miles to go into Crown Point. And these, are, and the folks that are having these habits, they don't have income. In the bigger world, they're called indigent. And over here, on our side, it's just, they're the ones that are on the road trying to make their appointments hitchhiking. So those are some things that we have to realize. And a lot of times it's some other government that's imposing these hardships are most vulnerable. In college, some of the studies in sociology, the ones that basically are quote unquote alcoholics are some of the smartest people in society. And it's unfortunate that we don't view them as a resource. We view them as, the Navajo Society views them as not worthy. And that's the most, I guess, politically correct way I could present it. But I feel like that's, they are valuable. Their spirituality, their presence, they're valuable individuals. Thank you, Law and Order Committee and HES Committee and all the folks on the line. That would be my take as we proceed to addressing the services. Thank you.
Chair, this is Wanika.
Delegate Wanika.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Law and Order Committee and members of HES Committee. Yajain Hidishnido les Aro Arnold Modaisno Sagi. Dida ni alcoholism is one of the most, I guess, taking a lot of our people, and it's really been a problem. And we address problems having to do with COVID and trying to really come together and address it to see if we can defeat it. But we're not really doing the same thing as far as alcoholism. And it's been killing our people all these years. And now we're talking about funding opportunities, grants, and all that. But I think the cause of this alcoholism we're not really addressing. All the liquor stores and border towns and this and that, and they're just really making the money off of the Navajo people as far as liquor tax and all that. And it's a big problem, and there's no getting away from it. And we're not addressing it to the extent that we're talking about right now. I hope we truly do something about it. And I'm against, as far as, I used to be really against legalizing liquor here in the Navajo Nation. But we might have to do that if there's going to be funding opportunities. Because I said I could bring the enemy here and let's fight it here instead of fighting it going outside of here. Because I don't know, we might be able to close some of the stores on the border towns if we bring it home. And I think we might be able to be more successful fighting it here at home. Just putting it in our midst and then fighting it. I don't know, but I think there might be funding opportunities that way also. Because I think as far as the liquor tax and all that can be able to, at least we can begin to have the funds to build some detox centers and all that, and then with grants, and we might be able to expedite the process. That's just a concern that I have. There's no question. I deal with it based on the spiritual side of my life. I talk to a lot of people about it, try my best to help them to realize what it's doing to them, to their families, to their communities, and all that. And I know it's a problem with a lot of the elected officials too. And I always say that when we became elected, instantly we became role models. We put aside things that's not going to be good for our people, for our children. And so we need to really take that seriously too, because what we want to change, we have to start with ourselves for the betterment of the Navajo Nation. So in that respect, I don't know what the process would be just to legalize it. If it's going to take years or what, or is this something that we can do, and maybe we can address it more directly if we can do that. But I know, as far as I'm concerned, I've been addressing it for the last 40 years of my life, as far as my family is concerned, and the community people that have problems with it. And there's just so many of our people that have the problem. So, but I don't care if we keep it away, keep it off the Navajo Nation. It's here, and I don't know. That's just a concern of mine. So maybe we can start talking about that. And I don't know if it's going to make a difference, but I feel that as far as funding is concerned, here we're adding taxes to junk food and things like that. We can do the same thing with the liquor and start to make money for the nation to address that problem as far as people that have the disease. And that's the reason why it's just so hard to address it too, because it's a disease. And I don't care how much a lot of people say, oh, you talk to them, they act like they're listening, and they act like they're going to do what they can to change their lives. There's no question that they are. Some of them are very serious about it. But because it's a disease, They just don't have the ability to overcome it. There has to be a way that we need to address it, and one of those is to have detox centers. And as far as converting the juvenile detention centers, I disagree with that. Our young people are having problems too, and putting them aside and making one of them into alcohol detox center. I disagree with that. We need to address all the problems that our people are going through. So that's just my take on this, and I hope we can start to discuss to really truly address it. Sometimes we just put items on our agenda just for that meeting, and then it's just we don't address it again until somebody gets on our agenda as a report or something. Then finally we address it again. I wish we could just put a timeline on it and start to address it almost on every other meeting basis or something like that until we start to come up with a plan, a solution, or whatever. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair So, and also Delegate Wanika for your comments and your concerns. Chair So, just so you know, I don't know if you maybe cut out at that time, but there was a location that was selected, well, not really selected, but recommended. And that location is Chin Lee. That was a recommendation made by Director Delmar and Director Gray Eyes, as it would be a great location since it's in the central location of the Navajo Nation. So that location was selected. As far as Delegate Wanika is concerned, can you suggest, Delegate Wanika, or recommend a timeline of when we should, I guess, maybe start answering or moving forward with this? We do have a list of things that we do need to start working on. The first one is we do need to get permission from Charles Addington, who is the, I think he's the OJS director still. I know that we saw a press release about him not so long ago, so I'm not sure if he's still the director at OJS, but we do need his approval because of the funds, the 638 contracts that are attached to these detention centers, and then also some of the detention centers do have certain requirements that they have to abide by. So that's one of the first things that both Director Delmar and I are going to start working on, is to have this meeting with Charles Addington to discuss turning the Chin Lee Detention Center into the detox/recovery center. But in addition to that, we also had the acting chief prosecutor, Brandon Bitsui, who talked about how the laws also have to be changed regarding the commitment. And so that's another thing that we also have to start working on. So I'm writing these things down, and I agree that sometimes we talk about things, but we, kind of just leave it back on the back burner. So if you could suggest a timeline when we can have another meeting with HES to update you on the progress on our end of what we're doing. But as I stated before, we do need the assistance of HES because we really need to know, if we start moving in this direction, that we're going to have services provided from IHS and from behavioral health, who we're going to be looking to assist us. So again, that's one of the reasons why we're having this joint meeting, is because we, we're not the oversight of behavioral health, and we're not, we can reach out to IHS, but we'd like to, with HES behind us, or actually beside us, so that we can ask these questions about the services that would need to be provided. Because I would really hate for us to establish Chin Lee as the location, and then not have any services being provided to our people. So again, Addison, Wanika, Delegate Wanika, Chair So, Vice Chair Slater, if you guys could, one, give us a timeline on when you guys would like to see Law and Order Committee start addressing the issues on our end, that would be great. And then 2, if you could assist us with behavioral health and IHS to start asking the questions of whether those services can be provided inside of a detention center. Thank you.
This is Delegate Slater.
Madam Chair,
Can I offer a couple comments?
Delegate Slater, go ahead. And then
Thank
after
you.
that, Delegate Eugene So.
Okay, I think it would be good for us at HES to regroup, hearing my chair, Delegate Wanika's comments, and we could add a report tomorrow or maybe a discussion action item under new business from the floor when we adopt the agenda to focus on this issue and what sort of directive we would issue to the Department of Health and DBHS. In terms of a timeline, I think they're really stretched thin right now. So to get something good, I'm assuming it would take 2 to 3 weeks. And then I would want that work product or deliverable then to be run by or have some sort of more official meeting with public safety side. So that's kind of what I'm imagining. But without knowing how much work they have completed toward this and how much research they might have to do to get budgets and things like that going, I think 3 weeks is a reasonable time frame for getting a template or an idea there.
So that's about 3 weeks for HES. Well, I think because right now I know we are looking at the change that's happening at the federal level with, I guess, with a lot of the positions. I don't know if Addington's position, and Director Delmar, maybe you can help me with this, but is his position an appointed position that would change with the new administration? And the reason why I'm asking that question is because I would really hate to start having the conversation with Addington and then find out that he's being replaced with somebody else, and then we have to restart that conversation again. Director Delmar?
I believe not, ma'am, but his boss would be the Interior Secretary. As far as I know, he's still there. Ma'am?
Okay, yes, who's that? Hello? Hello, did somebody call me out? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I just heard Director Delmar say that it's not Mr. Addington who is a political appointee, it's his superior who would be the one who might get swapped out.
Okay, and the reason I'm as soon as this meeting is over, I will email Director Addington to schedule that meeting, Director Delmar, to see if we can start moving on this. And I really believe what Delegate Wernicke said is true, because we oftentimes have work sessions and really nothing comes out of it. But with this issue, I really want to push to get this issue moving to something that is something that can be done. I know we did have a conversation with Rosalind, so I believe it was almost a year ago. And please, committee members, Vice Chair So, Delegate Eugene So, Delegate Vince James, if you guys can remind me when we had that meeting. But I recall we did address the issues regarding the inmate health care, because right now they're not being offered any health care. And that was I'm not sure, and that what we were trying to get to the bottom of that question is it a policy of IHS to not offer inmates health care? And at the time, Rosalind, so when we had talked with her, she wasn't aware of that, and she said that she would start asking questions, but I don't think that the Law and Order Committee actually got an answer from IHS on their policies and procedures for offering health care to inmates. But I do know that that was a topic of discussion. The last time that Law and Order Committee went to Washington, D.C., I believe it was in February of last year, or was it January of last year, when we talked about that being in an overall, but of course the pandemic hit, and so everything just kind of stalled, but we did have those conversations. So Delegate Juanica, this is, it is a concern coming from Department of Public Safety, and as Chief Francisco indicated, this would actually open up a lot more time for officers to respond to the community if there was some assistance being offered with those with the issues dealing with public intoxication or crimes related to alcohol, and that was also the same issue that was also talked about by Acting Chief Prosecutor Brandon Tsui, who said that his caseload, 90% of his cases in the prosecutor's office are dealing with those with alcohol or drug-related crimes. So I think that need is there, and I think that we have to discuss this. And I will, be happy if you give us the timeline. We can certainly start working towards that. So 2 to 3 weeks is what Hess is asking for, to start asking these questions. We can reconvene again at a separate work session to talk about what we have done. If you guys are okay with March, that may be a possibility, or so anytime in March, I guess on Fridays would work for me. I don't know about other Law and Order Committee members, but it seems like Monday we have either Hess or LOC that's going on, and then Tuesdays and Wednesdays we have RDC and we have Budget and Finance that some of us are required to be at because of legislations that we have going through those different committees. And then Thursdays we do have NABI during that time. And so it seems like Fridays would be the only days would be available. But I don't want to just drop it off and say, this is a work session, we had it, we're done. I'd like to schedule another work session so that we can, as committees, update better on the work that we have gotten done to make sure that this is something that we do move forward and that we can actually say that we're working towards getting established. So again, Hess committee members, Law and Order Committee members who are on the call, if you guys could look at your calendar for March, as Delegate Juanica stated, we don't want to just say we had a work session for the sake of saying we had a work session. I think having another work session to update each other on the work done is probably the best thing to do. So I'm open to hearing committee members and the recommendation for the timeline.
Good morning, Delegate Newton.
Yes. Who, can you identify yourself?
Sorry for interrupting, but I wanted to let you know that I'm on the call. This is Tyson Yazi representing the prosecutor's office from Chinle and Disligin.
Thank you so much for being on the call, Tyson. I know that your boss, Mr. Bitsui, did email me and said that he would be on the call. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Jesse Delmar, one last comment.
Director Delmar, go ahead.
Okay, as far as funding is concerned from SAMHSA, I remember that one of the requirements that they had was the tribe or the tribes, they have to have a tribal action plan put together and approved. We as the Navajo Nation, we worked on that for quite some time. We don't call it Tribal Action Plan, but we call it the Diné Action Plan. I just want to mention that, and Yvonne Billison is from OPVP is on the line too as well. She is one of the main individuals who pretty much coordinated this effort. I just want to mention that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Director Delmar, and welcome Ms. Billison to the meeting. Right now, as committee members, both for Hess and Law and Order Committee, I asked the committee members to look at their calendar for the month of March so that we could come together for another work session to discuss what we have accomplished in the 30 days to try to make this detox / rehabilitation center possible. I know one of the first things that both Director Delmar and I have to do is we do have to schedule a meeting with Charles Addington to talk about whether a detention center, specifically the one in Chinle, whether we can turn that into the detox / recovery center or rehabilitation center for individuals who are struggling with alcohol and drugs. I've also asked Health Education Human Services, because they are the oversight behavioral health, and also they work closely with IHS to see if they can look into what services are currently being provided and whether those services that will be needed for the detox / rehabilitation / recovery center are going to be services that can be rendered to this facility. So there's like a lot of things that we as a committee and as council does, we do have to address those issues. And so I'm asking the HES committee members and also Law and Order committee members to look at their calendar so that this work session or this issue that we're trying to address doesn't just kind of fall to the wayside, and that we have a plan in place. And Delegate Juanita, talked about a timeline. So I think the timeline will hold us accountable to achieving some of the tasks that we need to get done before we actually start having the full conversation of what the next steps are for getting this detox / rehabilitation center / recovery center in place on the Navajo Nation. So with that, Law and Order committee members and then my colleagues on the Health Education Human Services Committee, looking at your calendars, are there any suggestions on when we should schedule the next work session?
Should we wait for an update from the programs in 2 weeks? And so we should just accept a report at our respective committee meetings in 2 weeks, and then we'll know whether we'll have another work session the succeeding week or a week thereafter. I think it's dependent on how much work gets done in the interim so that we're not just meeting for meeting's sake.
Yes, we could do that, Delegate Slater. I think that is a good idea. I was hoping that with the next work session, we could update each other on what we have gotten done. So if you guys do get a report, you guys could share that report with us, but also, it would let us, I guess, it would help us in the discussion for the next step. So we can do that. We can wait till the reports are, until they're provided to your committee. And then we can also at that point update HES and also Law and Order Committee committee members on the Addington visit and what he says about this topic, if that's what the committees agree to.
This is Dr. Gray.
Madam Chair?
Dr. Gray, hold on. Delegate Otto, go ahead.
Thank you. One of my suggestions is that I guess when each of the committee of their oversight get a somewhat of a preliminary update within about 2 weeks, that will be fine. And then from there, a discussion related to the work session could be entertained at the time. But this, as I was listening to the discussion, yes, we can we can try to convert a facility and things like that, but the one main thing is funding. Basil. And is there any resources that we have on hand right now that will allow this pilot project or this detox to move forth? Because Basil, do we have adequate resources to go ahead and start this up? That is my first thing. Because usually when it comes to resources, programs start to protect the resources related to funding. Now, this is titled something money and it's only geared for this and so forth. So that is my thought. Whether it sounds like Department of Behavioral Health is going to be at the table, but are they committed to this? The behavioral health portion of the Navajo Nation. I could see the outside entity reaching out to us and being a partner, but I really haven't seen the Department of Behavioral Health say, "Hey, I'm your partner." I guess as we move forth, do we have funding for this? Does public safety has adequate funding for this? Because what's going to happen is we're going to have to resort to somewhere to get some funding for this project. Yeah, and then just my schedule's open. I can I'm flexible, so yeah.
Thank you for that, Delegate Otto. So, and I apologize, Delegate Eugene. So I didn't mean to forget about you. So, Delegate Eugene. So, did you have a question or a comment?
I think also does it, so don't worry about it. I've been forgotten so many times.
I didn't mean to forget you, Shaja.
I learned it already.
Go ahead.
So it's nothing to me. Joe ba azan ko yan na hoti gini ido khayban khayb khadilur. So khad la ko bandot aso khad la khad la peso not that all be had don't need. We're talking about the Chinle, the youth center, also any juvenile center. Yeah, we need to look at make a research of that center. We'll know what is really if there's any strain tied to it. Any is open. That's what it needs. Because it does not be not on the or we not to resend something or no etc. I don't on this auto a quite so called the call time set by the summer or the spring session, we should have a legislation going forward for this combined energy. So that's what my timeline I would set for this combined energy the plans. This police departments are in the action plan. It does need certain things like that. So we need to push this through the spring or the summer session. That would be a timeline. Thank you.
Yeah, Shajad, Delegate Eugene. So I think there's a lot of good questions that are being asked, and again, that's the purpose of this work session is, what kind of questions should we be asking, which what be looking at, and I know that funding is a big part of this goal, and as Director Delmar stated earlier, SAMHSA does provide, there are funding opportunities that are available, grants. We do see those emails that do come out from Hope McDonald Lone Tree, and so we have that information, but I think it's just a matter of getting all of these moving parts in line and then making sure that we have a good plan in place. And as Director Delmar stated, the Tribal Action Plan, aka the Diné Action Plan, is currently in place right now for some of the grants that are needed for SAMHSA. We do have Yvonne Billison, who is on the line with us right now, who has been spearheading that Diné Action Plan, who could probably give us a little bit of information. I'm not sure if she has information on the funding opportunities, but certainly she can probably give us information on the Diné Action Plan. As far as what Delegate Otto So said, with funding in place, I do agree that we do need this funding information, but we also need our partners to be part of this as well. Again, which is why we invited HES in this joint call, because we are going to need HES to help us with, with holding their departments and divisions, not really, I don't want to say accountable, but maybe just asking the questions of what services are being provided currently to inmates at the detention center, and whether those services can be expanded to include services provided to detox/rehabilitation/recovery centers, whether that's something that can happen. I do remember in 2019, when we were still new to council, Law and Order Committee and HES had a joint meeting at the I think it's the Twitchcott Behavioral Health Center, that's in Farmington, New Mexico, and we heard directly from the staff there at Twitchcott Behavioral Health. We also got to tour the facility, and we got to see the facility firsthand on what they offer their clients. And I believe at that time there was like 98% of their clients were Navajo. And they were receiving grants. They were being primarily funded through grants provided through the state, but also private grants as well. And so I think it is something that is possible that we can establish here on the Navajo Nation, but there's so many moving parts that we're going to need help from all of the delegates who want to see this goal a reality. So hopefully that answers your question, Delegate Otto. So Delegate Eugene, so I do, I hope that we can have something in place by the spring session, but it might be something that we could possibly have in place by the summer session. So it is something that we are going to start working on, and hopefully that will help just a little bit with timeline on what we want to see happening as far as when we would like to see our questions answered, and at least a plan in place so that we can have this presented to our colleagues on council with our joint efforts. So Yvonne Billison, are you still on the line?
Good morning. Yes, I am. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, Ms. Billison. Do you, just to ask you really quickly, do you have any information on the funding opportunities that are available at the federal level?
I do. I have some information regarding how the different federal departments and programs do work. I know that Raquel submitted a document over to the group there for review. There are several items that I really wanted to mention, and I'll just try to take a few minutes of time, not very long. Key point there's one particular item I want everyone to be aware of, and I think it could be on the next agenda item that you all are coordinating, is to get a really good idea of the mental health continuum. Detox is a lot different than rehab, and both of those are a lot different than aftercare. So changing the facility at Chinle to be a detox center would require certain licensures, staffing, and a certain structure, as opposed to a long-term or a shorter-term rehabilitation facility. And then in accordance to the mental health continuum, that would also impact a longer-term or aftercare facility. So there's different structures within the mental health continuum, and that does have an impact on funding. The second thing that I wanted to make mention of is the Danette Action Plan that Mr. Delmar, as well as Raquel and I worked on that, as the two branches did work on it in previous years. Many divisions, including the judicial branch, utilize the Danette Action Plan in its current state, as it provides them with the information, and it also provides them with a structure to apply for additional funds, as well as coordinate internally within their own divisions, departments, and programs. We were hoping at one point in 2018, we were hoping to move that through the legislative process, but as the transition occurred, it never did move through the legislative process. But departments, divisions, and programs do utilize it, as well as the judicial branch. The Danette Action Plan does open up resources within DHHS, as you've mentioned, SAMHSA, and it also, in TLOA, OJS, OJJDP, and others under the federal judicial resources. It does open up for cross programming, and so I think that further research, and not only research, but I think the application and the implementation hasn't occurred yet. So I think those doors can still be opened and worked on as we continue to discuss this item. The very last bullet point I wanted to address is our own way of,
it's a work session,
our own way of working with our people, as Mr. Winika mentioned earlier, utilizing our own way of resources and working internally. I do think peacemaking, as you've mentioned, Chair, as well as the IHS traditional practitioners and DBMH practitioners could come together to work on, I don't want to say a curriculum, but work on a process. That's what we really need, is an internal process for utilizing our own methods. So I wanted to mention that as well, ma'am, and I appreciate the time. I could probably go on a little bit more, but I just wanted to really highlight those three areas as you prepare your next agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Billison, for sharing that information. And I think that, again, the purpose of this work session is really to start those conversations about what needs to be taking place to try to make this reality. And there's obviously a need right now to address the alcohol issues that are happening on the Navajo Nation. And it sounds like we've got the support of HES. DPS does also have the support of Law and Order Committee to try to address these issues. But it sounds like also the executive branch is also working on other grants to try to address some of these concerns as well. So thank you for sharing that information. That was not information that I was aware of. But with your Danette Action Plan, is it possible to send both HES and Law and Order Committee a copy of that plan so that we can read through it and have a better understanding of what that plan is?
Yes, that's possible. I can go ahead and work on that with Raquel. Raquel did send some information over to the work session attendees today, but what I can do with her, and I think that she's amenable. I think that Chief Justice is amenable to continuing the work that we've started with the Net Action Plan. We can continue to work together as there are items in the plan that do need to be updated. There's probably some data sets that we could, as I heard, DPS has some new data reflecting arrest, public intoxication. I also did understand the prosecutor's office does have additional data that they may be able to provide. I do think that those particular items could be incorporated into the new plan or into an updated plan. I don't want to recreate the whole thing, but what I do want to share with you is that the first tribal action plan was coordinated in 1990. In 1990, it did go through the legislative process, but it wasn't attended to or it wasn't addressed until 2017, 2016, 2017. So when the two branches came together, the one thing that we did learn, and I think it's good information for everyone today, the one item that we did learn is that the Navajo Nation was submitting plans to different federal partners, meaning like DPS would submit something to the Office of Justice Services, and maybe the Department of Health was submitting a new plan to the Department of Health and Human Services. And we learned that the federal partners were not communicating about the plans that tribes were submitting. So we held the federal partners accountable and said, the Navajo Nation doesn't need to submit 3 or 4 different reports to you. We just need to submit one. We have one public safety process. We have one Department of Health, Division of Social Services, and we utilize one system. So because we utilize one system, we'll be reporting to you one report. And it made them accountable to the types of reports that they require from tribes. So that's what I wanted to share with you too. It does need to be updated, I believe, and I do think we have a great team from DOJ as well as judicial, legislative, and executive that could work on that in these next couple of months, if you will, or like as you stated, there needs to be a timeline to address all of these factors. So I do feel like we have a good team to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that information, Ms. Billison. Vice Chair Slater, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. Spencer, and I think Ms. Martinez as well, sent out the Net Action Plan yesterday, maybe again this morning. So I started reviewing that, and I think it should be in everyone's inbox.
Vice Chair, do you know who sent it out? Because I'm looking through my email and I don't see it.
Let's see here. When I first opened it up, it was from Ms. Spencer, and it looks like it was sent to Hess, but that one didn't look like it included LOC members. I can forward it.
Madam Chair?
I'll do it now.
Yes, Lorraine.
Lorraine. Yeah, I did send both to both committees, Hess and then LOC yesterday. I can send it again.
Okay. Is it the DAP?
Yeah, and the action plan.
Okay. Yes. Committee members, we law and order committee members. It looks like it was sent to us by Lorraine Spencer on Monday at 11:58 a.m. There is an attachment to that. Ms. Billison, I'm sorry, I actually didn't see that. Just skipped over it. My apologies. So we do have a copy. Hess members, do you also have a copy as well? I think Vice Chair did state that you guys did get a copy of that, but can you confirm that you received a copy?
Yes, I received a copy from Ms. Spencer.
Thank you for verifying. Again, Vice Chair did state that HES committee members did receive a copy of that Dennett action plan. So we do have it in our box. Ms. Billison, is there any like action items or actually, you know, is there anything that HES committee or Law and Order committee needs to have done before we schedule our next work session to discuss this issue in further detail?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I do believe that Raquel is also on the line, and I do think that Raquel and I and several of our partners that worked with us on the Dennett Action Plan can go ahead and meet now prior to the agenda and prepare a summary for you for this work group, the LOC HES work group, so that you're fully aware of the information. The Dennett Action Plan covers several different areas, not just mental health, but we cover violence, substance use, and then also mental health, suicide prevention, as well as traditional methods of caring for our individuals. So all of that is covered in there. So what I wanted to say is that we'll meet and then we'll prepare a summary and a report for the work group here. And then from there, we can entertain any questions or concerns. I do think that we are at the place where we could update some data and move forward. I don't think at this point in time there's anything that HES or LOC need to do at this point in time. If you're going to coordinate a second work session, we can present at that time. And I would like to, if Raquel, if you can unmute yourself, if you're open to this, I think we could work on this together.
Definitely. This is Raquel Chi with the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak on this subject. We completed hours and hours of passionate work on this particular subject and these needs of our Nkitene. And I think it would serve the hours of work that we put into it to be able to talk about it again so we can revise some of the data, as well as we had set ourselves in a direction to be able to solve these problems. So in funding requests, in internal planning, we were already set in these in this direction. So I think putting a stamp of approval on this of a revised plan would be one of the important goals that we could look at. So I think we could revise some of the plans that we had come up with because we've already accomplished some of the objectives that we had laid out. But I appreciate the conversation. We adopted our Dennett planning model into the Dennett action plan. I had sent out a fact sheet, a presentation. It was a PowerPoint presentation, as well as the last draft that we had of the plan. I sent it out. I'm not sure if you all got it, but I sent it to the LOC advisor. So I hope you all are able to review that once you receive them. But the fact sheet explains and lists the resolution for the original tribal action plan that the Navajo Nation had come up with. And it outlines how we use the Dennett planning model. And I don't know if Roman Bitsui is on the line to be able to speak to this some more when we get to it. He's been trying to get through on the phone. But what we're doing here right now is a part of this process, Bon Today KISS. We're thinking about all the reports that are coming in, all the the reports that we heard from DPS, and then what we heard from prosecutor's office, and then from the courts can tell also their own story about how these different issues are affecting us. The people and our leadership identified these areas as being of our biggest and most serious concerns: violence, substance use and abuse, and then mental health, suicide. So these are the issues that we as a group had identified first in 2015, and I think the same was in the plan from 1990. But these were the areas that we had identified as being of the biggest concern. And so the conversation today is also around that same need of our people. So I'm very delighted and that I'm able to speak to you all about this subject and this plan. And I'm very welcome to helping to revise the plan again. It's a part of my work, and I think something that's needed for our people. Ako, that's all I have to share at this point in relation to Yvonne's question that she posed. Thank you all.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Ms. Chi. Yes, Ms. Billison?
Thank you again I'll take just a moment of your time again. I do want to really mention, you asked me a question about what does LOC and HES need to incorporate now. I do really feel it is important to bring the Division of Behavioral Mental Health Services, social services, if they do have a program called Navajo Treatment Center for Children and their Families. Those two programs are important to mental health services on the Navajo Nation, as was stated by members of the committee today. I do believe that we need to hear from them in terms of the differences between detox, rehabilitation, and aftercare, and even longer care facilities, all the way to outpatient. As you've mentioned, via IHS and 638 have outpatient mental health facilities. It has always been my dream, and I think many of you have stated this, including Mr. Winika. It has always been my dream to make sure that we have a process for how individuals are receiving mental health care. And we have different individuals, different entities that provide that, but there are gaps in between. So I wanted to say that it's really important to bring DBMHS, and I know Michelle Brander is on the line, as well as DBMHS folks, but I do think that that needs to be included in on the agenda, is an understanding of how that works. And as you've stated, IHS and also the 638 facilities, we have a few nonprofits on Navajo that provide some wellness support to families, but I think they can be identified through the mental health report that would be on the agenda for the next meeting. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
That is an excellent question, and I think that HES can help us with that. Go ahead, Honorable Aruso.
Thank you, Yvonne, for giving us the highlight on the distinction between a detox center and a rehabilitation center. And I believe that really brings a lot more light to this area. And it sounds like the leadership wants a detox. It sounds like leadership wants a rehabilitation. And as you alluded to, it requires different licenses to be obtained to run that type of a facility. If we were to open tomorrow morning, what facility would you guys think that we have a better chance of opening right away? in the timelines of obtaining these credentials, certificates for this purpose. The other is we are always on a comprehensive budget every year. And it really, really, really baffles me that programs get line item vetoes happen and so forth for services that are really needed out there. And one area that we need to really look at and how we are crafting this is that, where do we get the just one of my suggestion is we just approve the junk food sales tax. And I think that's one really good opportunity if we could go back to the drawing table on the junk food sales tax and amend that to earmark that junk food sales tax for the startup costs for this program, whether it's going to be built in Chinle or whether it's going to be in Crown Point or wherever. We have some startup costs that we could start putting together for through the junk food sales tax. There are chapters about it. I know of one chapter in Western Agency that just buys T-shirts with their junk food sales tax money. When someone sponsors a fun run, they rented it to that chapter. And they say, we're running we're doing a fun run and we need shirts. Can you use your junk food sales tax to buy a shirt? Sponsor us. And and I would rather see that those dollars utilized for something that's meaningful. We do have to really look into this area because I feel never those are just one area, a couple areas that I have see if we get some answers. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, it should say Honorable Otto. So, Shazah, go ahead, Honorable Eugene So.
Sometimes I feel like when I say things in Navajo, same old token being spoken again in English again. Even the one that our reporter presenting. I feel sometimes maybe they don't speak Navajo, understand Navajo. But what I used to do, like I was talking about earlier, is I used to I mean, you had to have some kind of certification. I know what that within in Gallup there used to be a detox center for people that just still drunk. You put them in.
Hello, Delegate Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, did you go on mute?
He got drunk.
I hope, Chair.
Honorable Eugene So, you cut out.
Whoever said what they said, that's very disrespectful. I hope you get off the call. That wasn't funny.
I agree.
Who What was said? I'm sorry, I missed that. What was said?
It's not repeatable.
Okay, is there a way that we can find out who said that? Who said Sherelle, is this meeting being recorded?
Yes, it is, Chair.
Okay, is there a way we can find out who said that, and if we can get information sent to us via email on the statement that was made and sent to the committee members so that we can address that issue?
Okay, Chair.
Honorable Eugene So, are you still there?
I got back on with this class, on it at this class. So, 이제 뒤차서 내기저에 내가 싸우신 아티스트네 것 아이가 요즘 내가시고. This way, these actually doctors and the nurses and the because there's while they sober up. So they sober up, they get relapse in that way. Like sometimes, you know, they go into seizures. So that's the reason why they have to be looked over until they get out of all those things. I guess that's why they say 7 days. It's really up to them again from there to go to a rehab or recovery center. He wants to go forward. They go into rehab. They call Edison when he can yesterday. I don't be husband. It's a chito level. 45 days. Not a out of 45 days, the cater they want to non-dollars and other maybe leathercraft or silversmithing or cabinet making or etc. There's things that they can sustain themselves with. They are 45 days now. When they come back out, they know how to get money, you know, to eat on or get some new clothes, etc. That's how I see. So in all those areas, there's a lot of certification that's needed. Some of these, when I was there, some of these counselors there were all mostly alcoholics that recovered, and they teach up with their experience. All the AA meeting, people talk about their own experience. That's how you find out that alcohol will relate to those stories that you're talking about. And then they relate to them. I'm a living example of alcoholic. So I'm a living example of that. So I went through those things. That's how I recovered. But in this case, but you have to learn how they got drunk the first day. First thing that you see because of a person, sometimes, let's say for example, he might want to go to a dance and want to dance with a young lady or a young man, and then he doesn't have the courage. So sometimes the buddies would say, hey, take a drink. They will give you courage. So he'll do that. One drink will be all right for him. But as time goes by, one drink adds on to two. It doesn't affect him no more. 2, then goes to 3. So and now, so by the time he doesn't have the courage no more, he'll be drunk and pass out. So and then he becomes an alcoholic. So beginning to see signs of it. After that, somebody will come around and says, if you drink it some more, it will take away your headaches and you'll be all right. You're all your and get another drink, but that's no, then you get another drink. So it does help to calm yourself down again, to get a headache off, get your hangovers off. But if you keep going 1, then don't work 2, don't work 3, don't work. If you keep it up, not so 1 whole bottle, 2 bottles, then you're out again. So that's what these alcoholics are on. They're trying to get to be feeling good again. But that one drink and another drink, it don't work no more. gosh. That's why when sometimes when you see somebody drunk, and then they're about to pass out, they'll say, I need a quarter. I really have a bad hangover. I need a quarter. Can you get me a drink or something like that? That's the reason why you see them that way. But they don't know. They passed that already, but by this time, they're alcoholic. Their body needs it. Out of the body, no matter what, they need it, they'll take it. That's it. No matter what the circumstances. But they don't care less about all those things because their body needs the alcohol. Alcohol. So every night, these things, it really, if we're going to change some people, we have to find people that really have that desire to change and have a better life. So they can turn it around one day at a time. That's why they say one day at a time, let go and let God. So just to make you understand what an alcoholic is and how they feel and how they become recovered. I'm just telling you because I'm a living example of it. So by that, we can plan how alcohol is. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Dr. Gray. Can I say something?
Hold on, Dr. Gray. Honorable Eugene. So I think it's very good of you to share your story, especially what you have encountered and then also your experiences as well. I'm a very firm believer that you speak on what you experience because then it adds more power to your story. So I always enjoy the stories that you share with us prior to becoming a delegate, and then also being a testament to the change that people can, I guess, bring into their life. You obviously have made a lot of changes in your life, and for that reason, I guess I can speak for myself and say I always enjoy hearing those stories, and then how sometimes your stories, you make us laugh and you share, those funny stories with us. But so with that, Honorable Eugene said, I do agree that change does have to come from the person, and if they want change, then they're going to ask for that change. I don't know what your thought was on the acting chief prosecutor, Brandon Bitsui, did mention, I can't remember if it was him, somebody had mentioned something about, if you were arrested like 3 times for public intoxication, then, you go into this rehabilitation center. I know that did come up at one point during the conversation. I don't know how you feel about that. But it's kind of a, maybe the first time you get a fine, the second time, maybe it would be something a little bit harder. Third time would be going into the rehabilitation center. But it is certainly a conversation that Law and Order Committee will have to have. So again, we appreciate your comments on that. So with that, Ms. Gray, the floor is yours.
Hi. I'm not sure. I kind of missed a little bit. Madam Chair, are you giving me the floor?
Yes, the floor is yours, Director.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate being given the opportunity. And so here, Delegate Eugene So, here has been for you to share in real life, I want to say that Delegate So really shares a real life story about what a person goes through in working towards getting detox once they make a commitment to do that. But beyond that, it's a real, it's long-term in the work that we're talking about with our people who are interested in doing this. So once they get detox, they go to rehab, and then after rehab, it's aftercare. And then after that is, being able to find someone that they can call when they are running into problems at home, at work, whatever the reason that causes them to drink. So it's a lifelong plan for individuals and our people. That's what we're talking about here. And having said that, I think it's important to get maybe a consultant. I'm not sure what kind of schedule Dr. Michelle Brenninger has in her work, and I know she's working out of the Shiprock area, and there is an RTC out there. It would be great if we can also hear from them maybe at the next meeting to talk about this. But to get us to move forward, I would be willing to take a look and work with the Four Corners Detox Center to see what kind of renovations that had to happen with the juvenile facility in order to get a detox facility started. But also the other piece to that in preparing the two committees is talking about what it will cost. We know that we're going to need medical staff like doctors, psychologists, nurses, case managers, etc. And also traditional counselors who would be willing to work with us in this arena. And so if Dr. Brenninger has some available time, I'd like to ask if I can work with her to see if we can come up at least with a budget and a staffing plan and a renovation plan to begin our discussion, use that as a basis. But we all know that anytime you're planning, it'll change. So, but the other thought that I have is that years ago, there's a facility that sits right directly across from the juvenile detention center that used to be a youth RTC, and a young couple, Dr. Morris, Carolyn Morris and her husband ran that facility for years until they move on to do private consulting work and other areas. But I think it's important to get the guidance of a consultant, a licensed clinical psychologist who can guide us in the plans that we're talking about, because as Delegate Eugene So speaks to this just from the heart, is that, you know, we're talking about a very delicate situation, a very delicate type of service that we're going to be planning for. And it's so important that we put a good plan together. And I've always said, you know, in order to develop a detox, you have to have medical staff. Because in the 7 days, whatever period it takes a person to detox, they're going through a lot of mental health issues that could cause them to, you know, have anger outbursts. There are others that have seizures. You know, those are just some very highly medical issues that we need to address. So if we can put an initial budget, a plan together attached to a facility, but also get some guidance from a clinical psychologist. And I believe Dr. Morris, Carolyn Morris, is doing some of this type of work. And she's out of the Shiprock community. She is a Navajo clinical psychologist that has been in the field doing this type of work for a very, very long time. And so that's the comment I wanted to make. Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, just give me 2 minutes, one minute.
Thank you for that, Ms. Gray Eyes, Director Gray Eyes. Honorable Eugene So, I'm going to call upon you, but I also want to let both House and Law and Order Committee currently on the call. Michelle Branzer is currently on the call with us. So as soon as I recognize Delegate Eugene So, I'm going to turn the floor over to Ms. Branzer. Delegate Eugene So, go ahead.
She was talking about the aftercare. In AA, GICO, we call them sponsors. These sponsors, they keep an eye on you. So you have their phone number, they have your phone number. So they keep an eye on you. And if something's wrong with you, physically, emotionally, spiritually, if you want to talk, then you call the AA person, that sponsor. Sponsor calls you, they'll take you to a meeting or they'll talk to you. So all those things happen. So we used to sponsor a lot of alcoholics, they call us and we take care of them. We go them, pick them up, and drive around, talk with them, or take them to an AA meeting, etc. There's an AA meeting and a telephone book in every city. You just look up AA and you can find one too. AA.ag. That's how we used to keep them sober. And there's still some sober now that I know, and then some died sober. So I think it's really good about that. So we can figure out a way how we can help these people be really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Eugene. So thank you for that. Dr. Branzer, are you on the line?
Madam Chair, this is Yvonne. After Ms. Branzer, after Dr. Branzer, is it okay if I request for a little time? Appreciate it.
Yes. After Dr. Branzer, I'll go ahead and recognize you, Ms. Billison. Dr. Branzer, are you on the line? Dr. Branzer, I think you need to do *6. I believe that is the number to unmute yourself.
Okay. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Shahad. So I just wanted to make a couple comments. I'm currently the Delegated Health Services Administrator for DBMHS, and I've been part of the program for the past 8 years, but more in the capacity of clinical work, and have basically been, as Ms. Gray Eyes was talking about, in the Shiprock Residential and Outpatient Treatment Center as their clinical director. So I am licensed in substance use disorder as a master addiction counselor, as well as with the state of New Mexico, and then a licensed mental health provider as well. So I bring that to help and assist with our programs and our development here at DBMHS. But as you may know, and thank you everybody who's been sharing, I have been listening and just, thinking, a lot of our resources at DBMHS, as some people have mentioned, have gone through some ups and downs, meaning some programs were closed in prior years, and then we've been focusing on other areas. So I'm aware of that. And then also, as you know, was mentioned, the residential treatment facility that is in Shiprock, it is currently receiving funding for the youth. And so it's a youth residential treatment facility. And unfortunately with COVID, our last clients that were in the facility was last August. And then obviously due to the nation and our shelter in place, we are looking to complete some renovations that we needed done as well there. And then we will plan to hopefully reopen that here at the end of February. And so we do have that ability to continue to work with our youth. That is usually ages 13 to 18. And right now, we have also helped with our adults. If you may or may not know, I can make this a further presentation, but with substance abuse treatment, we use the American Society of Addiction Medicine criteria, and that, as people have talked about, assessments and referrals is a way that we determine what kind of treatment somebody may benefit from, and also obviously we heard that are willing to receive treatment from. And so with that, we have a lower level residential for our adults that we've worked on in Shiprock at that residential facility, and that was for kind of like what you were talking about with the aftercare for someone who's been into a longer, or what we call a higher level of care treatment facility, and then they need to, not stay there, too much longer, but learn how to practice those skills they learned in the upper level residential facility. And then at this lower level of care, they're really working on reintegrating and working to reconnect to their families with all sorts of different treatment and counseling services. And then that can last from anywhere from 90 days. We had people up to a year before to help that person really connect with their recovery. And so that's what has been going on at the residential facility in Shiprock. And then with that, obviously, we have 11 outpatient treatment centers throughout the different 5 agencies for Navajo Nation. And when Ms. Galvin was our HSA before me, we had looked at our different levels of care, again, using that American Society of Addiction Medicine, ASAM criteria, and we have more on our radar to open, and obviously with the support of our current president, of what it would take to create more residential facilities and open, like was mentioned before, the Chinle Treatment Center that was for adolescents, and that is currently in the works of being renovated right now so we can offer more treatment for our youth again. And so there's also plans for Crown Point to have a smaller type residential facility with its outpatient treatment center. That is still in the works, like this construction and building and the processes that take a while to get everything in place. And so, we do have that on our radar, but as in detox, some of you remember with President Shelley that we at DBMHS worked with the NCI, Nana Georgia Center Incorporated in Gallup. And that is more of a social detox model. So there is even different types of detox that's included. And the one that we're talking about is the medical detox. And as you mentioned too, the Four Directions Recovery Center in Gallup, I have visited that facility when they opened. And, I did see how the facility was not necessarily renovated, but can accommodate a detox/recovery center. But I think long-term, they're wanting to build their own facility as well to make it more accommodating to more of a detox, so medical detox, as well as, they don't necessarily offer rehabilitation there. It's just for the medical detox. So originally my talk with them was to see how we can work together as they provide detox, and we would be opening our residential facility in Shiprock, that we could kind of work together to, help our individuals that need detox before they come to the residential. And it's an adult medical detox there in Gallup. And Dr. Morris is currently working with that facility. So I just actually talked to her yesterday about, more how we can work together and our needs here on the nation as well. So with that, we learned a lot going back to our experience with social detox. I believe that's in 2015, I think, is when the nation did not provide that service anymore with them. And then I just wanted to highlight, yes, with medical detox, it does include a lot of medical staff. And at the Navajo Regional Behavioral Treatment Center, Norbik in Shiprock, we had been talking with Northern Navajo Medical Center, IHS, to see how we could work together, because we found out we don't have a current memorandum of agreement there. And so for them to kind of assist us with our residents there, our clients there, that just wasn't able to happen. But on both sides, I believe we're open to figuring out and getting through that MOU or MOA process. So as you know, the medical detox really involves a lot of things. Involves medications, obviously, to help someone that's still struggling. They obviously have to want to be there as well. But it can include things like with alcohol poisoning. Some people can get heart attack or stroke, or their wounds, or a traumatic brain injury. We've seen that a lot with some of our clients that have that through detox, and then cirrhosis if they've really been a severe drinker or they've been using other substances as well. So definitely wanted to highlight that medical staff is very essential, nurses as well, techs as well, to assist in that process. And then also with that, the traditional or the cultural component has been very important to our facilities, maybe at the one residential or the other outpatient treatment centers, meaning the practitioners that we have, they range from providing some services through the Navajo traditional, NAC, or a mixture. We have one faith-based counselor right now, kind of stretched thin through all our treatment centers. And so his name is Mr. Raymond Long. So we do want to work with what we have, but as you may or may not know, we would like to, at DBMHS, look at our salary schedule, because to hopefully have this facility for detox and recovery, you know, we're going to need to be able to attract and maintain our licensed folks or peer support workers, as was mentioned, or sponsors that are going to be needed for these areas. And then also, you know, the component for traditional services, how can we do that? But the other big thing that we're working on too is our third-party reimbursements. So that is utilizing our folks who are licensed to, you know, with Medicaid, if it's Arizona Access or our Tree Bus, as well as New Mexico Medicaid. We only have a couple sites that we're able to bill, but we are working on expanding that. But that is a process in itself with DOJ, renewing contracts with the state and what that would involve. So we're still going through that process with Michelle Begay, who's working with us there. And once, you know, we can establish even more of that third-party billing, I know that can be another revenue or source to sustain what we build, because that is my concern after being with DBMHS for the past 8 years and being at the treatment center in Shiprock. You know, it is a very beautiful building, and I know it was a lot of work and effort to establish it. And I would always hear in the community or other places, you know, are you guys full, or do you have the, you know, how many beds is available there? But I think the overall picture is we do need the staff that we're able to maintain growing from within, from employees that want to go into that process, becoming counselors or support workers. They're all needed. And then also, you know, attracting, you know, new professionals, I would say, that go to school, finish up with their bachelor's or master's or AA degrees, and allowing them to work within the facility to get their clinical hours so then they can have what's needed to take their licensure test, pass that, and then become a, you know, an independent or entry-level clinician. And that process is usually about 2 years for someone to go through that process. So there are a lot of steps, and I just wanted to hit a couple of those bullet points as I was hearing everybody, you know, talk about the facility or the funding or the staff, that the resources that are going to be needed, and the partnerships within our own Department of Health, maybe it with, you know, the social services programs more so, with CHRs if needed. I mean, you know, the more I think we can work together, that would be helpful. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of those. Oh, one last thing, I'm sorry. If you guys would like to look at it, SAMHSA, as was mentioned before, does provide a lot of funding as well. And they put out a lot of treatment resource manuals, just to say how, on that more Western counseling side of ways, how they look at the programs, treatment programs or detox programs. And they have a book, it's called TIP 45, and it's TIP, like TIP 45. And you may know or may not know it, but it's called Detoxification and Substance Abuse Treatment. And those are kind of the criteria, besides the action plan and other things that we work with too, that will be I guess, in our proposal here at DBMHS and working with all the other entities. So since I'm sure we want to, build our programs and sustain them, I think detox is very much needed on the nation, as we've all mentioned, and then providing the treatment, maybe it from the early stages when they're, needing a more intensive level of treatment, and then coming down or stepping down into more of a kind of transitional, maybe kind of level, which is that lower level residential, and then going in down even further, to, with the sponsors or other, ways that somebody can find their recovery in outpatient treatment, and then going into aftercare. So there is that whole continuum that was mentioned earlier. So I'm hopeful that I can, kind of present more at, I think, or write this down or whatever is needed that can help us in this process. So thank you.
Thank you for all of that information, Dr. Bramster, especially for sharing what you're currently going through with the current facilities. I guess my one question to you is, how much are you underfunded at this point?
I would definitely have to look at, our budgets again. Underfunded, I would say yes, but a lot of our funds are currently, providing, our salary for our staff. So as in funding to create new programs and to sustain those new programs, I would say, that would be its own research, because then you would need more staff and ability to, provide the, I guess the facility maintenance and all of that that's needed. And I think that is the other area, if I could just add that real quick, with the residential facility that we have in Noorvik, is, just helping our processes to really maintain that facility, because as I said, unfortunately, COVID did allow us to shut down the residential for a couple months so that our repairs could get done, because unfortunately, whatever the process is, we weren't able to address our maintenance needs. So then it ended up, as you know, if you don't maintain something, it continues to go down some. So, that's the other portion of it, is just speaking about our processes. So I can research more of the, funding that we could use more, but right now for what we have, our current funding does help us with the programs that we do have. I think that may have played some of the picture in some of the closures, as well as the clientele that numbers that were being seen in those other facilities that got closed. And again, that is a little bit before I became the delegated HSA. And then my other thought too, and this could be part of the proposal just real quick, is Noorvik, the residential facility in Shiprock, has a great location, meaning it's close to Northern Navajo Medical Center, like right across the parking lot. And I heard about the, police department doing their pilot project. However, they utilize that facility in Phoenix or wherever that was. It would be interesting to see at a small pilot level, I guess, how that might look at our residential facility that we currently have, to kind of do a model, I guess you could say, that could work. But again, it would be setting up everything in place. But again, that would take funding to some degree. But as we move forward into our third-party billings, that can be another avenue to help. Right now, like I said, we're restarting our third-party billing process, and we have a benefits coordinator who's really facilitating that role with connecting with New Mexico Medicaid and Arizona Access to ensure that we're able to do, the billing process. But again, like I said, it's all about contracts. It's all about how the nation, with our own sovereignty, how we can agree to these billing sources. And that is its own challenge right now. So we keep going back to the drawing board with DOJ in that area. So hopefully that answers your question, as well as maybe some others.
Thank you for that. Committee members, both HES and Law and Order Committee, are there any questions at this time? Okay, I don't hear anything. Ms. Gullison, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to mention a couple things, and I'm really glad that Dr. Branzer covered a few items, and also Dr. Gray Eyes, Otto, Mr. So, for your insight. I wanted to go back to a couple things. I'm really thankful that Michelle, Dr. Branzer covered the Santa Fe Recovery Center as well as the Four Corners Detox Recovery Center. Santa Fe Recovery Center runs the Four Corners Detox in Gallup, and I'm glad that Michelle is picking up that plan. We were working with OPVP has the detox facilities and rehabilitation facilities in the Nahaka plan. So I just wanted to mention that those plans have been in process for probably about two to, for sure, 2 years, and in some cases even prior. So the Four Corners Detox Recovery Center is a partner that we've been looking at. To address Mr. Otto So's question, he had a question for me in terms of what would, if the Navajo Nation needed to coordinate something right now, where would the funds come from, and what could we work on? I thought I heard his question that way. So what I wanted to mention is that if we are going to, with the numbers that are present, 12,000 plus public intoxication numbers that Department of Corrections and PD is seeing, then we could probably coordinate the detox center. And I wanted to mention that in our plans, and I hope that Dr. Branzer is working on the continued plans that Ms. Galvin was working on prior, is the conversation with on assessment and making sure that it's fundable, even through the Medicaid services that we have. Is I don't know if they're still working with Community Bridges, but Community Bridges was an entity that we were working with. In addition to that, I wanted to also mention that as was stated by Dr. Branzer, the Navajo Regional Behavioral Health Care, they call it NARBIC, as she was discussing, also has a fundamental part in this process. And I wanted to mention that NARBIC and the work that was being coordinated for the last couple of years, she identified some of the locations that we were looking at to establish not only maybe a detox center, but a residential treatment facility. And those are the places that she mentioned. Shiprock, we looked at McKinley facility. We also looked at purchasing or even coordinating something with regard to the facility down in the southern area of the Navajo Nation, but it seemed like that facility would cost a lot more to renovate. So there were plans in place, but I wanted to mention to you all that I hope we don't just move to the side and start all over. In addition to that, we also did look at funding, and because the Department of Health does have 638 funds, we were looking at utilizing that as a resource. But in the long term, we were hoping that maybe the Department of Health as a regulatory agency might be able to identify the 638 funds through IHS. And that also was put on the table in terms of, are we ready to do that? And can we move toward becoming a 638B, what we call the Mental Health Expansion Fund. And I'm hoping that maybe we can continue to keep working toward that process. I know that this was all on paper, and I just need to find out if we're still moving in that direction. Although, Madam Chair, the very last comment I wanted to make in reference to this item is that Mr. Winika helped me remember a very important, Mr. Winika and Mr. So helped me remember something very, very important. And I'm a little displeased with myself in the sense that I didn't bring this up before, and that is that substance use, any type of substance use, whether it's alcoholism, drugs, other types of drugs, opioids. We have a lot of misuse of different substances. It starts at an early age. And in the last 5 years, I've been really trying to push different domains to work together. And in the most recent, in the last 4 to 5 months, I really tried to merge some of the services, or at least encourage some of the services, such as after-school programming, prevention programming, to really merge with health programs and even public safety programs. So that we could try to prevent it at an earlier age, at a youth age, between the ages of 6 to 13. Most of those kids in that category are in some type of program after school. This was all pre-pandemic. Now, it really does hit me sometimes wondering where our students are. They're at home mostly. So how are we coordinating, organizing, discussing, parenting those students so that they don't even get involved into some of these things? That's really another area of what we're talking about. I know we're discussing how to assist someone when they already have a problem, and that's important. I totally understand. But in previous years, the Department of Behavioral Health Services, as well as Boys and Girls Club and many farms, and then the ODY after-school programs, they started to work closer together so that they could provide some of those services at that age. So I wanted to just mention that, Madam Chair, as we move forward in this discussion, because I think that's also an important part. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dellison. It sounds like there's a lot of information that you have from the executive branch that you guys are moving forward with, that this committee, both House and Law and Order Committee, does need to be aware of, so that we can work together to try to make this a reality. As stated, the purpose of this meeting initially was to try to assist Department of Public Safety with the number of issues that we're having with public intoxication, and then also the prosecutor's office. But it's sounding like it's turning into something that is doable, but it's going to require both, or actually all three branches to work together. So I appreciate you sharing that information with us. Are there any delegates who would like to speak to this issue?
Madam Chair?
Delegate Otto Stowe, Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you very much. This area that is being spoken to, how can we try to address some of these other issues at an early age is very, very important. And I always say this in the council that the on the council floor, suicide and so forth, and not trying to shed the proper direction so that the leadership could address this. And I look at it as people just standing on their soapbox and just putting it out there to say that, hey, I talked about it during council, I'm addressing it. But conversations like this here at a work session is very, very crucial. And, I was very fortunate to have grandmothers around. I come from a family where I have uncles, and out of the 4 uncles that I have, 3 of them really alluded to alcohol. And I understand the peer pressure. I understand what a youth goes through when alcohol is in the home. You know, and people will say, "Oh, they're traumatized." They're not traumatized. It's the fact of that the home value. Some household and I remember my Bibi gahaban nado biga haban den tsago ko e khoti tin ta ya na khai ego na nado le ona ya se do le khatan na ho akho ani nima e hakal na tinte khodoni ya hoil do ya higid nati le chno ya yego it was present, you know, it was there, and I believe that's what I look at myself to this day. The mother and father is not home. Where are they? They're working. They're somewhere out there trying to make a living and bring that stable home environment to their home. Some homes they there's no direction at home, and that's what really fuels the younger generation in getting into these areas where they start substance abuse or abusing alcohol at a young age. Alcohol, and adult and what I allude to is Hajo is not babying them. You just take out their dignity and think that, oh, my mom and dad will protect me, whatever if it's right or wrong. I have 2 boys, 24-year-old and a 17-year-old, and I am a proud father. And I wonder how is this because the how is this how is this the lag of NATO. Only she can't yo that you know. I it looks like someone's been doing right at home. Structure. In lead structure in lead. The whole one the no attend don't have lada. A mother jayak at this thing if I chin up and tweeted and Lord the hands as a benashid the hands and it really baffles me, you know, that if the home setting could only change with some of these values, we wouldn't be here. Our kids wouldn't be in this pandemic of substance abuse. I really think about Legos and that they car. I grew up in that environment. I know what it is. And they ego ta hajo. No not from the health professionals, starting from the Navajo Nation. KTNN did just do drives, something like that, getting messages out there, and I think that will work. Oh, Halit ego la yen na sit na yat dole onsen. Oh, what up, Navajo people have a lot of things that they can have prosperity in. You know, but they put their mind to it. They can do great accomplishment onsen. But this plague of alcoholism and abuse, leads to all different forms of abuse that goes on Navajo, whether it's domestic violence or suicide. Ako instance, halit alat nae ajit ya ta atit bin ne sanedi lela bitje do bin chudi university so khashit in quite in atlane isai le it's like they took their soul from them, their mind. And you see that in the King Gallup, Flagstaff, Page, part in Nandi Kada. Hushas, it's a been to the Yenivis Laha, it's a behind lunch since Yash or yeah. Leadership Hawada and the high on silver. How this and that just kai. Hushas up on my hushas baja. Go what on the has I'm very glad we have this conversation and then first thing is that, to we're at that cycle now. I really appreciate this conversation. And I look forward to the next phase of trying to get something, because the lady, the doctor from Shiprock, is just told us that she needs funding, and we just gave $68 million to the chapters. You think about it. Is that right to do now? While we have a epidemic in all of these areas of substance abuse, alcohol abuse. At least we could put resources to areas that are really needed, that the services that are needed by the Navajo people out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Otto. So are there any other delegates who would like to speak at this time?
Madam Chair, Mr. So here. Should sit.
Delegate Eugene So, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I should get in net out of that. Like when I came up, somebody was saying something. It is about I initiated that planning. I introduced myself that way as an alcoholic. I'm a recovering alcoholic. I've been sober since '84. It is a year on the Haitian. I don't country my it is true that was my first priority when I came to Navajo Nation Council, that parenting. That's where our problem is. It is or straightenly. Though when people start laughing about each other, thank you.
Shajah, just so you know, we are looking into finding out who said that. and we will be holding them accountable to that. But there was your colleagues actually did call them out, so we apologize, Shuja, Honorable Eugene, so for that statement that was made. I don't believe it was any of your colleagues that made that statement, but again, we will be finding out who said that. This meeting is being recorded, so I believe Byron is looking into it right now. Committee members, HES committee members, are there any other questions at this time?
Madam Chair.
Delegate Otto, go ahead.
I think next time we've been getting comments like that on even on other committees and other committee calls and so forth, and not of that exact nature, but similar incidents. And maybe if we could maybe stop sharing the public information number, since it's being broadcast on I guess YouTube and Vimeo. The public has access to that, so maybe we should start limiting who we give these numbers to, so we don't have that. Because whoever whatever comment was stated, I didn't hear it from my end here. Whoever stated it, maybe we should limit it who gets on the call, and the public wants to hear and listen on it, and so forth. Have them get on to the YouTube and Vimeo site. Because other than that, we've been getting these type of outbursts on the other committee settings. Thank you. Just a recommendation.
Thank you for that, Delegate Otto. So, and again, we are going to be looking into that to find out who did make that statement. And it would be really unfortunate if it is a person, a public who called in. And then I think at that point, I would agree that we can limit who can call in based on those types of outbursts that are being stated. So again, we'll be looking into that. So in regards to the work session that we are currently discussing, just to be clear and to be on the record, we did actually start this work session, I believe, at 9:20 this morning. We didn't have an invocation provided. We just went straight into the reports because at that time there were only 3 delegates who were on the line. Myself, Chair Daniel So, and then Vice Chair Carl Slater. The 3 of us were on the line, and because of the time that was being used right at that moment from the directors and also the chief of police, we just went straight into the report. And so again, there was no invocation provided, and we didn't do recognizing guests or visiting officials. My understanding is the work session didn't require a quorum. So we didn't take attendance. We didn't do a roll call vote, or I'm sorry, roll call attendance on this work session. But I will ask, since it sounds like there are less and less questions, just so that we have an idea of which delegates are on the line, I'd like to ask at this time, Lorraine, can you do just a overall, I guess maybe roll call to see which delegates on Law and Order Committee is on the line, which delegates on Health, Education, Human Services is on the line, and then other delegates who have joined in on this conversation so that we have that for the record. So Lorraine, can you assist us with that, please?
Okay, Madam Chair. Roll call for Law and Order Committee members. Honorable Gina Charles Newton.
I am present, and I'm here in Sherbrooke, New Mexico.
Honorable Otto So.
I'm present, rolling into Wonder Rock.
Honorable Rich James. Honorable Eugene So.
From Minot Chief, Arizona. I'm here.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Madam Chair, you have 3 members with LOC for Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Co. Later.
He jumped off the call just a few minutes ago. He had another obligation.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay is president from Kaibito, Arizona.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Michelle Halona. Present, thank you. Hello, Yvonne.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison Winica. We have 3 members from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Madam Chair.
Lorraine, go ahead and put on the record that Vice Chair Carl Slater was on the call as we had received questions from him, and then also Delegate Addison Wanika as well, because we also received questions from him as well. So if we can just make note of that, that way we have that for our record. Thank you so much, Lorraine, for helping us. So,
Chair,
committee members.
Crotty.
Oh, I'm sorry. Delegate Crotty, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, I've been on the call. I did text Lorraine. Thank you for having the work session, and I do have a few questions when roll call is concluded. Thank you.
Are there any other delegates who are currently on the line? Not hearing anything, I believe we are concluded with the roll call vote. Delegate Claudia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Charles Newton. I just wanted to thank the committees for this this joint session and all of the agents who have joined us in the work that we're doing collectively and having these conversations. I would also want to make sure that we do some prevention and understanding trauma, the trauma response. There's a reason why individuals have to numb their pain and their reality with substance abuse. And so I'd like to offer, if part of the next conversations we talk about what does it mean to be trauma-informed, how do we have trauma-informed programming, training, so when individuals do speak out, like Delegate So, and all of us who have dealt with these challenges, that there's not shame and there's not blame, but that we continue to heal together. And if we can create a safe environment for individuals to heal without the shame and the blame, then that could possibly more prevention work, and then others feeling like that they have an opportunity to heal. And so thank you for that conversation, and I'll go back on mute.
Thank you for those comments, and then also for joining us on this joint work session. I think what Honorable Otto So stated, is really true, that during these work sessions, we have the opportunity to ask questions. We also have the opportunity to, to look at the scope of work that would be involved, asking questions about funding, asking questions about just making sure all of our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed. And so this is the place to do that. So I'm really, I guess I'm happy that we've had this work session and that we're having this discussion. There's a lot of moving parts with making sure that this goal is achieved. But I'm really glad to hear the executive sounds like they're on board with moving things along, and then also sharing the information that they have been putting together. We do have Dr. Brenser, who was currently on the line, who also shared some information about what they are doing, not only in Shiprock, but also their plans for expanding as well. So I think we're moving in the right direction as far as trying to address this social ill that is taking over, I guess, the Navajo Nation, and also what we see personally within our families. I think we can all identify family members who are struggling with these issues. So it is good that we're having this conversation. But if there's no other questions, I think we pretty much have heard from everybody. We heard from the chief of police on the statistics that he provided regarding the public intoxications and the numbers that we're seeing here in the Navajo Nation. We also heard from Captain Williams, who talked about the pilot program that they had started in Tuba City and what was involved in that. So it sounds like there's a little bit of direction on how we can move forward with getting this detox/rehabilitation center /recovery center going. We also heard from the acting chief prosecutor, Brandon Bitsui, on how the laws regarding commitment also have to be changed. Director Delmar provided information on how we do need to reach out to Charles Addington to start this discussion. We had Director Gray Eyes, who gave us some information about the Gallup Detox Center, but also talked about how Chinle would be, she made the recommendation that Chinle would be a really great location to start moving towards making this possible. Funding opportunities, we did hear about SAMHSA, the Tribal Action Plan, aka the Dina Action Plan that has been sent out to the committee members. Lorraine, can you please send that Dina Action Plan to Delegate Crotty if you haven't done so already? So we did talk about the funding opportunities that are available out there at the federal level to try to make this possible. We also did hear from personal accounts, Honorable Eugene Stowe, who shared his story with us, but also brought to light just kind of the other issues that we have to address, like the sponsors that are offered for AA, and then counseling that would be needed to help inmates. And so I think that was valuable information. Delegate Vice Chair Carl Slater did ask for a proposed budget, asking specifically the baseline cost for providing these types of services and what Navajo could fund. We do have a place located at this point, and we are looking at Chinle as being a possible location. And I believe the broader issue that did come about is whether this council would look into legalizing, or maybe even having a discussion of legalizing alcohol here on the Navajo Nation, and how those tax monies could be used in the event that alcohol is legalized, how those tax monies could be used towards providing these type of services. Timeline-wise, we have Vice Chair Carl Slater, who did want to Delegate Wanika, who talked about a timeline. Delegate Carl Slater did speak on that behalf, and he said it would probably take Hess about 2 to 3 weeks to get some answers, and then also to have a meeting to discuss these issues. Yvonne Billison from the Executive Office also provided us information on what they are working on, and then also the Dina Action Plan again, which her and Rochelle from the Judicial Branch have been working on together. That was again sent to us, and then she gave us a recap of the history that was involved and where they are at currently. But I believe they did request to revise the plan, and they are also going to be providing a summary of the work group, and then also entertain questions in that summary. So they'll be sending that out to us. Delegate Otto also in regards to funding said maybe we should look at the junk food tax as an option to help with the startup costs and then help with the center. And so right now we are looking at possible avenues for how we can cover the cost of getting the center going, and then also maintaining it and keeping it going. So there was a lot of talk about the Four Corners Detox Facility Center. I would encourage delegates, if you feel comfortable, possibly to reach out to the Four Corners Detox Center, maybe to tour the facility center, since that center is being used as a, I don't want to say it's being used as a model, but it has been brought up in this conversation as far as what they are doing and how we can kind of maybe mirror what they are doing. There's a lot of questions about the aftercare that's involved, but again, I think with Dr. Brancer on the line, sharing some information with us on what their facility is currently doing here in Shiprock and how they're planning to expand, that we may be able to take that information and use that, of course, to our advantage, and also assist Dr. Brancer with her program as well. But it is good to hear that SAMHSA is providing money for lots of treatment programs. And then just as a reminder, Dr. Brancer did talk about TIP 45, which we should be able to look at to get more information on how we can proceed forward with building a rehabilitation or recovery center, and then all of, I guess, everything that would be involved with doing that. And at this point, we are currently at the end of, I believe, our work session. We will be sending out another email to HES and to Law and Order Committee members, informing them of our next committee meeting. We have a few things that we do need to get answered. As I stated, HES will be providing their meeting to get some answers from their departments and divisions that they oversee. But Jesse Delmar, Director Delmar, and I will be working to schedule a meeting with Charles Addington to discuss first whether we can turn the detention center in Chinle into a recovery/rehabilitation center. So that's kind of a recap of what has been said during this whole meeting, and then also just the steps needed to be able to proceed forward. So if I forgot anything, committee members, please chime in and let me know so that I can write it down and make sure that we get those questions and issues addressed. Okay, so not hearing anything from the committee members. Again, this was a work session, and we were told that the work session is really kind of unofficial, but we were provided an agenda. We did call the meeting to order. We didn't do the invocation. We didn't recognize guests and visiting officials, but we did have the guests and the visiting officials announce themselves. So even though there wasn't an official recognition, they did chime in and let us know that they were on the call when we did ask who was on the call. We do, I guess for the agenda's sake, we will need a motion to accept the report and a second, and then we'll need to take a joint vote on that. Again, this is for the purposes of the agenda that has been provided to us this morning. If there are no other questions for the presenters, we can go ahead and proceed forward to calling for a motion to accept the report. Committee members, what is your will? Motion made by Honorable Eugene So from the Law and Order Committee. I would like to ask a second come from the HES Committee.
Second, Alona.
Thank you for that, Delegate Halona. So motion has been made to accept the reports that have been provided to us by the Navajo Nation Police Department, Philip B. Francisco, Police Chief, Navajo Area Indian Health Services, Rosalind So, the Director. I believe she was not on the call. We also have the DINA Action Plan that was presented to us by Raquel Chi, the Grants Administrator, Navajo Nation Judicial Branch, and then also We had Yvonne Billison from the executive office who also presented the DINA action plan to us as well. From peacemaking, we didn't call anybody from peacemaking at the very beginning. We did call Roman Bitsui, but we didn't hear a response. I later learned that peacemaking was on the call for a short time, but they got off. And then we also have the Navajo Department of Behavioral Health, Teresa Galvin, the director. She was not on the call, but we did get a report from Dr. Bramster on the health services that are being provided here on the Navajo Nation. We also had within that Director Jesse Delmar and then Director Gray Eyes as well, who provided more information. And then also the report that was given to us by Captain Williams. So with that, the motion to accept has been made by Honorable Eugene So, second by Pernell Halona. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments before we proceed forward to accepting the report? Not hearing anything. Lorraine, can you assist us with the vote, please? Lorraine, did you hear me? Are you there? Hello, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? Can anybody hear me?
Honorable Chair, this is
I vote
Leonard.
green, Madam Chair.
Chair, this is Leonard. I'll do the roll call for you.
Oh, thank you so much, Leonard. Go ahead.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Nguyen. Excuse me. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Disregard. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edson J. Winika. Green. Honorable Edson J. Winika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Paul Begay votes green.
Make a correction. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. The vote is 6 in favor, 0 opposed.
Mr. Alona, green.
Correction. Honorable Paul Pernell Halona votes green. Vote is 7 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you for that, Mose. Thank you for helping us. So that vote is 7 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair is not voting. We also have some members of our committee who have dropped off the call. So with that, it sounds like the reports are hereby accepted. So going back to the agenda, we already went to item number 4, which was questions and answers. We are now at the close of the meeting. Before I proceed to call for a motion, are there any announcements that need to be made by any of the delegates who are on this call?
I should sit, Madam Chair.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
Since we might be talking about the academy now, the one youth academy, that youth academy, we're going to transfer to a rehab or recovery or what we're talking about. I think we still need to talk about the Shovel Ready Police Academy. It's there waiting for us. We need to get some funds. I would like to put that on the agenda again, our next meeting, LOC. Shared. Maybe the Lord Great Eye can give us some feedback again. I think she already did, but we need some paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So if you can go ahead and email Lorraine, let her know that to add that to the agenda, we can have that discussion. HES committee members, LOC committee members, I will ask at this time, since there are no other announcements that need to be made by any delegate, I'm going to go ahead and open the floor for a motion to adjourn.
Motion, Winika.
Motion made by Honorable Edison Winika. Can I get a second?
Paul Begay, second.
Second by Paul Begay. So with that, committee members, we do have a motion and a second made by our honorable colleagues to adjourn. If there's no questions, comments, I'm going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Mr. Mose, can you assist us with the roll call vote again? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Chair, we have voted 7 in favor, 0 opposed, adjourned at 1:32 p.m.
Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Mose. So with that, committee members, I do appreciate your time in this work session. I look forward to our next work session. So with that, we are hereby adjourned. You guys be safe out there.